The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
Okay. Yeah, no, you're not wrong, Promethean healing. It does allow for the edges and fringes to be encroached on through a racial attack specifically. And I don't think that's an accident. Remember, I told you this is kind of a boring video, and I don't entirely agree with his premise of it, but it's a very well thought out and expressed description of fear, anxiety, and the use of it in propaganda.
Twisting spark of western spirit, of embers braving rain, the heart of hearts quivering as they smuggle.
Happy Halloween and white well-being.
we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Beat in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline awakened, I can taste it. We can make an impact, grab and then take it. Like a disease, bring to their knees. Pay for their disease. Just like a weed, spread into the streets. Time to make them bleed. 'Cause we just want retribution. Let's go light up the darkness. Make true of an empty promise. Flip cards in the weak and harmless. Take to the streets and turn them to a mosh pit. 'Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution.
Flattered hearts untested they fall, dancing on strings to the anti-white call. Ignorance cloaked as a beacon of grace, while children are taught to loathe their own race. Arrogant hordes rotten to the core. You push our children to bleed even more. Selfish, weak, and vile in your ways. The West burns while you bask in the blaze. Told to chase feelings, to follow the lie, blind to the truth as our culture dies. Pretending you're pure, pretending you care, as you shelter your minds from the guilt you can't bear. Arrogant hordes rotten to the core. You push our children to bleed even more. Selfish, weak, and vile in your ways. The West burns while you bask in the blaze. From to chase feelings, to follow the lie, blind to the truth as our culture dies. Pretending you're pure, pretending you care, as you shelter your minds from the guilt you can't bear. That you go when the echoes of history demand so much more. Will you stand there in silence, still clinging to lies, or crumble in terror as your narrative dies? Your people for a fleeting applause, but your downfall awaits written in the laws. Anti-white women, your legacy shame. You scorch your own future in your poisonous flame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Another epic Sunday to come together for a gathering, and the featured stories today are: should wives have to have sex with their husbands? Should men have to protect women in public? We'll also be talking about stealing the election and some of the DOD directive 5240.01. Go free lesson of the day. We have anti-white. Are they sanctuary cities? I don't know. We'll talk about that. Also, some useful MCs and the anti-white screed. Your comments and questions, and then there's this. Joy Behar from The View purchased one of those home waxing kits the other day. She asked her husband, Joe, should I do it all or leave a little strip right down the middle? Joe responded, I don't know. I'd prefer if you didn't have a mustache at all. Yes, we are going for Fugly Woman. She is a fugly woman. We're going free, ladies and gentlemen. It's 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac. It is 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow, where maybe North Korean troops are marching and singing some weird sort of North Korean song that I would never want to learn because I'm a white man. And I'm all about all things white. I'm a Westman. And it's great to see the champions of the West here with us today. We're going to have a very interesting conversation Over the course of this gathering, we have the great Biospirit of the West himself, the OT Master, is going to be swashing through a little bit later, maybe sometime around 7:15 to 7:45, somewhere in that range. We will bring him in and we will start the conversation with him about some very interesting and exciting things. Over the course of the gathering, I would like you to participate. You can tag me as No White Guilt, the @ symbol, No White Guilt, on any of the multiple platforms that we're on. I want to hear from you. I want to talk with you. This is our gathering. This is White Wellbeing Church, ladies and gentlemen. This is the White Positive ADL. We are the spirituality that gives life and breath and animates the men and women of the West to recapture our destiny. We had a glorious Twitter space with Irish Spaces just a couple of days. We're going to talk about that a little bit later. I will mention it. You want to check it out. I tweeted about it. Wonderful people, a wonderful community. And they're going to be doing some amazing things in our once great and lovely country of Ireland. And we expect to be once as great as it once was, lovely and green and fair. And most importantly, white. That's what we want it to be. White. I am live across the many platforms. You can financially gift on Entropy, which is up and running right now. So is Premium Rumble up and running. D-Live up and running. Odyssey up and running. You can tag me and financially gift on those platforms. You can also financially gift on Cash App. And you might wonder, why is he motioning these different directions? And why? Because there are monitors all around me. And as I'm looking, I'm seeing into the world. I can see you now. I can see you now. That little pinhole that you thought was just a hole in the wall is actually a camera. I can look into every... We'll check in one of these days with like the dictators. What's doing? We could just flip a button and then watch him as he does weird things that I'm sure they do. Very weird things in North Korea. I also have Subscribe Star up and running as well. And if you financially gift there, I'll be able to celebrate you over the course of the gathering. If you would like to donate instead, a tax-deductible donation, you can head on over to the 501c3, the Foundation for White Wellbeing.com or .org, the Foundation for White Wellbeing.com or .org. You can also head on over to nowhiteguilt.org. You'll find that link there as well, nowhiteguilt.org. Click on the financial gift tab. You'll see the cryptocurrency wallets that I use, as well as a snail mail address. And you can reach me there as well. When you decide to donate, please tag yours truly so that the funds will find their way to yours truly. Tag me as Jason Kuna, Jason, Mr. Kuna, Emperor and Pope of the White Wellbeing Church and Nation. Tag me somehow so that they know that this is the source of the donation. I want to see what you have to say. So tag me. And it's good to see everybody here. The great Dean Danger, he's in the live chat right now, and he's dropping those links. Thank you, my good sir. Big salutes to you. Big salutes. What's been going on with your week, ladies and gentlemen? What's been happening? As you can see, we've begun to decorate for Halloween. I've only begun to decorate, is the famous saying. I've only begun to decorate. We've begun to decorate here for Halloween, as you can see. It is coming up. It's very soon. We'll have at least one more time together this coming Wednesday. And we have a very exciting guest coming up this Wednesday as well. And you're going to want to be there. So one more time together, at least before Halloween is upon us. And we will have much fun, much great fun. So big happy Halloween to everyone who enjoys the holiday under the various names. I want to jump into... Let's see, what do we have here? Anti-white one. We had some technical difficulties. The stream wasn't making its way to Twitter, and I was like, it's got to make its way to Twitter. It wasn't making its way. We had that. We also had an audio difficulty, a snafu, and the audio wasn't, and I was just like, for the love of the gremlins that are already at work here, as we are trying to get started and rolling on this glorious Sunday, to be with you all. So I've got to, this would have already been up, but of course now I've got to go grab it Oh, here it is. What a lovely little wench she is. A lovely little wench. We're going to take a look at her and have a couple of laughs, and then we'll see. Maybe there's something of value, and we're going to be getting into here right at the top of our gathering, the theft of the election taking place right now. It's a very curious thing that's happening with this election. Very curious. It seems like it's completely wide open for, is it going to be Donald Trump sweeping the country? Is it going to be a barely victory for Donald Trump? Is it going to be a total theft of the election, as in my opinion it was in 2020? What is it going to end up being? Why are they? I've got the entire DOD directive here, the whole thing. Unfortunately, when I do shows on this very important type of material, hardly anybody gives a shit. So maybe I'll just reference it. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But this has been in place for a while at the DOD. You probably didn't know that they were allowed, the government was allowed to use the military, to use its tech and et cetera, to spy on you. Now they can kill you. So we're going to take a look, and you think there are a bunch of hurdles they have to jump through, right? A lot of red tape when it comes to that. No. But we'll be getting into that. And then we're going to be talking about, should wives have to have sex? There's a big debate going on now on Twitter. A big debate. Should wives have to have sex with their husbands? Should women be asked before, and should they have to say, yes, I absolutely will be willing to have, and this many times a week, and these different things, that I'll hang from the ceiling, I'll hang from the rafters. I may or may not have done that. And we also have a debate happening at the exact same time on Twitter about, guys, you're just supposed to go defend women. You're just supposed to go lay your life down in public. It's kind of an interesting thing. It's the whole Daniel Penny thing. It's kind of like a Derek Chauvin thing. I mean, we'll see. We'll talk about it. But it's an interesting situation where you have a lot of females coming out and they're saying, yes, men should have to die for us in public. And it doesn't matter that we burn you down afterward. When you are a white male, you should just get in there and make sure we're safe and destroy whatever's making us feel the least bit uncomfortable, and then we will burn you down, signaling how anti-white we are. And then they're simultaneously saying, the women of Twitter, they're simultaneously saying, no, not having sex. No, you're boring to me, not doing it. Don't feel like it. Don't feel like it. So it's an interesting debate that's taking place. We're going to wade into that morass. And some of us guys out there, we would like some morass, wouldn't we? But we're going to wade into the morass. I could do this all night long. Just ask her. She'll tell you. We're going to get first into this. Anti-white woman shows up on your porch. Look at the lovely setting. She's got this white lady. She's showing up. She's got white hair. What could go wrong, right? And you got the beautiful, it's the fall, the trees are going to sleep, and they're signaling it's a beautiful thing. How many of you put on a dance and a display when you get ready to go to sleep? Let's hear what this wonderful old lady has to say.
Hi, I want to know how you can vote.
We can't answer the door right now, but if you'd like to leave a message, you can do it now.
Shameful.
Are you the one that walks by here and always screaming at people?
No, I haven't walked by recently.
I love that first. Not recently. I haven't been screaming insanely at people. Not recently. Must be some other insane screaming old woman that looks just like me. So what, if you don't know, she's showing up because there is a vote for Donald Trump sign in the front yard, and she's perturbed about this.
Okay, because a lot of people walk by and scream.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. You are voting for the devil.
What would you do? Tag me as No White Guilt. I want to hear what you do if this old crazy came up to your door and she was going off like this. I will have you know that I had a t-shirt someone bought for me. I had a t-shirt back in 2016 that said, I'm a deplorable. And I was just trying it on. It looked beautiful on my rippled chest and shoulders and biceps and triceps. And the doorbell rang. And I went to the door and I opened up the doorbell. I opened up the door to the doorbell. And there was a woman out there, very anti-white looking woman. And she said, "Hi, I'm with Hillary." And her eyes went down naturally to look at my throbbing muscular pecs. And she looks down and she sees the verbiage and she said, "Oh, you're one of those." I was like, "Yeah, you want me to bend you over, don't you?"
Don't you know that?
No,
Why are you voting for him?
because I believe he is the moral candidate.
Oh my God. You.
How many of you have grown up? I mean, not all of us are J.D. Vance. My mother, they didn't use foul language. But this old broad, right to the F word.
That one.
That's exactly
Moral?
right. That's how your side acts.
Oh my God.
That's
He's
how
the
you
most
guys-
immoral person around.
In your opinion, that's
Oh,
okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. Have a nice day.
Have a nice day. And she yells, "You."
Have a nice day. God bless you.
All right. All jokes aside, you leave it to the priest of white, the Pope of white well-being, to set you straight. Who won this? Who won this conversation? Who's the winner? The old lady is. But how, Jason? Didn't the conservative woman, didn't she win this when she said, "God bless you. God bless you. We love you and God loves you and blesses you." And the old woman's walking away and giving her the bird. And she's like, "F you, F you." Folks, the old woman is powered by an ideology, a faith-based ideology that drives her to extremes, drives her up on the porch of total strangers to condemn them for their socio-political beliefs and stance. It's the same kind of energy and verve that motivates anti-whites to steal elections. And we're going to take a look at that in a moment. But our defenders, our great defenders now for many generations have been of this conservative mindset, this apathetic, God loves you, everything's going to be okay, pansy ass, limp-wristed, sewing circle, wussy behavior. The woman outside are the people who win. That's what we have to be like. Now, we don't want to be as rude, I guess, as this woman is, but we have to be ready to be that rude. We have to be ready to say what this old bat should have had said to her. Not, "Oh, I'm voting for Donald Trump because I think he's moral and God bless you and thank you for coming up and cussing me out on my property." And no, we need to be ready. We need to be empowered by the white positivity of white well-being. And we need to say faith in the biospirit of our people, the creations of our ancestors, and more importantly, the deeds of the babies still in the wombs of our women. We need to be able to say, "Fuck you, you anti-white piece of shit. Get off of my property before I kick your anti-white ass off of it." That's what we need to be able to say. God bless you, kiss my ass. No more conservative, pussy-ass, weakling bullshit. You do not win that way. Too many white people will look at this clip and they will just make fun of the old woman, the old anti-white that comes up on the property. And that's what they've been doing for generations. And that's how we get from 1950s and white picket fences and 1850s, beautiful, pristine, gas, oil lit, white positive neighborhoods. That's how we get from that place to people who don't know exactly whether they want to be male or female, but they know they're attracted to children. They dress up in the clothing of demons at all point of the year, and the inertia in society, the gravity in society is with such people to put them in the presence of our children. It's time to kick this pussyfooting of God bless you and thinking you've scored points to the fucking gutter and be done with it. The reality is, for as much as cuck-servatives out there, the cucks, maybe we'll just call them the cucks from now on. The reality is that all of the cucks that look at this and think that their gal in this contest won the fight, the reality is that they are the cause of why there are people reading about sex to our elementary students, to our preschool students, at our libraries. They are the fucking reason. Not the psycho here that wants to do that. Not the psycho who wants to invert our reality. But the pussyfooters who get in the way of defending our people and our norms and mores.
I want to know how you can vote.
We can't answer the door right now, but if you'd like to leave a message, you can do it now.
Shameful.
Are you the one that walks by here and always screaming at people?
No.
What does she say? The old woman says, you are shameful. You ought to be ashamed. This is a moral argument. Jason has been right for decades. All of the intelligentsia of the white sympathetic sphere have been wrong the entire time. They've all the LARPers have been wrong. It has always been a moral fight, and it's a social morality. You can't say, well, I have my Christian morality. God bless you, Jason. I've got Christianity's been defeated, bitch. It's a social morality that we live by. Christianity and the morals of Christianity are made by priests and preachers and deacons and the rest to conform to the social morality. Tell me where it ain't happening.
I haven't walked by recently.
Okay, because a lot of people walk by and scream.
This woman, she comes up to say, you ought to be ashamed. She has no shame. I'm going to ask you right now, white positive activists, are you so animated? Because if you're not there yet. You can throttle up and throttle down depending on the environment. Throttle up and throttle down depending on the environment. But if you're not as animated as this woman is, if you're not as invigorated, we are not going to win.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. You are voting for the devil. Don't you know that?
No.
Why are you voting for him?
Because I believe he is the moral candidate.
Oh my God. F you for that one.
That's
moral?
exactly that's how your side acts.
You see that? That's how we play by the rules. And when Donnie Trump gets into office, he won't do anything outside of the rules. And then we will be able to feel smug and better. And then you all will prevent us from doing anything while Donnie Trump is in office, because you'll play beyond the rules. You'll play outside of the rules, and that just makes you baddies. And then your guy or your girl will get in the next time. You all will play outside of the rules, and then you'll continue to transform our society so that it looks like King Honduras, but we'll still be able to be smug cocks because we're role players.
Oh my God.
That's
He's
how
the
you
most
guys,
immoral person around.
in your opinion, that's
Oh,
okay.
This is so pathetic. This white woman here should have been able to say to this white woman out on the porch, you're an anti-white POS. Get the hell off my property before I call the police. You ought to be ashamed. You are the immoral actor here. You want to white erase this country. You want to transform this country into something that it's not. You want to hurt the white children in this country because you're an anti-white piece of shit.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Have a nice day.
I'm sorry. The cuck says to the attacking anti. So what happens when these two personalities meet at your dinner table? When these two personalities meet at the lathe? When these two personalities meet at the water cooler? When these two personalities meet at the classroom? When they meet at the PTA meeting? When they meet at the county supervisory board? What happens when these two personalities meet? Well, you know, because you witness it all the time. What happens when these two personalities meet in conflict? The rabid one, the fanatically impassioned one that is motivated by a sincere and emotional faith in this anti-white ideology, they are the ones that always win. What happens when these two personalities meet out in the street? What happens when these two personalities meet in the halls of Congress? What happens when these two personalities are on an en banc judge's decision and they are arguing out what is the law of the land going to be anymore? What happens? You can clearly see who wins this fight very easily. You'd have to be a liar to yourself. Cucks cannot continue to be our resistance to anti-whiteism because it's been nothing but failure. It's been nothing but acting smug and like you're holier than thou is no victory. They're dragging your daughters off to rape gangs. They're dragging your daughters off into anti-white terrorist rape gangs. They're maiming and beating, robbing, and murdering our both sons and daughters while you smugly sit with your nose in the air and say, well, I'm sorry. God bless you. Shut the fuck up. Sit down, write a check out to us so that we can put an end to the anti-whiteism before it's too fucking late. Maybe you don't have the balls to stand up for our people, but we damn well do. So let me ask you, as we get started here, have a nice, and then sing-songy, have a nice day. Have a nice day, this cuck. Getting started here, as you can see, getting started. Where does this lead, ladies and gentlemen? Where does it lead? Well, what happens when these two personalities meet, I don't know, at the polling station? What happens there? Well, let's have a look. All over this country right now, videos, claims, videos of people making video accusations, wanting to record what they witnessed live at polling stations, and where they're going in, they're asking, I know they're like, I don't want to do the digital, I want to do the paper. They won't give them any pens or pencils. There's nothing available to fill in any of the Scantrons. They get their ballot, they put their ballot in, it kicks out. On the screen, it says that you voted for Kamala instead of happening in Georgia, happening all over the country right now. A lot of it in one of the most corrupt states in the country, Pennsylvania. Really remarkable. Run by a rabid anti-white as governor. Absolutely should be tried for treason and executed if found guilty. Shapiro. Here you have Lancaster County. And I'm telling you, you want to be mad at someone. It's not mad at me. As your world and my world in America deteriorates into an absolute living Honduras, Nicaragua, Nigerian hell, as it deteriorates into all of these things, you can thank the cucks, like this woman right there that's like, I'm sorry, God bless you. God bless you. I'm sorry. Did you see how smug I was? I was super smug. I was like the smuggest Smugny. Can you believe it? Maybe you'll just call me Smugny now on. That'll be my new name. Let's name our next daughter Smugmas. She's going to be, and it sounds, totally appropriate, the name there for the other word. It's just like smugness. You can blame them because not only do these people ignore and not highlight. I mean, there's one right now we're going to get to a little later, like Pearl Davis, for example. Ignore, not highlight, and kill with silence the people who are having actual success. But they actively get in the way. They actively write their money, write out their checks to the most multiracial defense against anti-whiteism. You fucking imbeciles. You absolute fucking imbeciles. How many Ramaswamis do you want to support? Do you want to laud that's going to go to Italy and say Western civilization was a multiracial creation? It was all these different bullshit. There ain't no Western civilization in India, my man. My guy. There ain't no Western civilization there, except where we show up and say, you better do this or we'll kill you. And now where there is the imitation, no creation of it. Lancaster County DA commissioners link fraudulent voter registrations to paid canvassing. So, what were we just talking about? Those two personalities. The one that was out in the street, that screams, that'll come up and knock on your door and say, you are an immoral POS for supporting that candidate. That one, very willing to cheat. That one, very willing to break the rules to win. And all the John Birchers and the rest, all these cucks out there, all the sewing circles that say, no, you have to do, it doesn't matter what, you're better. What are you going to sink to their level? All of them have been tying our hands behind our back, our feet behind our back, blindfolding us, ball gagging us, because they're probably a bunch of sickos too, when you get right down to it, ball gagging us so we can't fight back. In the way so we can't fight back. Take a look. I mean, the evidence is pouring out everywhere. Now, I've got to say, the election is very, as I mentioned a moment ago, it's a very bizarre scenario that we are in with this election right now. With the Kamala team is doing so poorly that it could be a consequence of stupidity, that the brightest, the most devious anti-whites are not part of the Kamala team to get her elected. They're just not participating. But it also, and this is why we only address that which we control in our own lives, ourselves, our circles of influence. We don't get into the minutia. We don't get into the weeds, maybe more accurately said, the detritus of what's happening beyond what we can know, beyond what reason and logic say is most probable. We don't get into it. Because you can see here, it could be that her team is just really dumb. It could be. That's why she's making so many bad decisions. That's why she decides to go to Texas at all to hold a rally. How does that make any... I mean, you really need to be dumb. And it's possible. It's possible because they are hiring people on the basis, the anti-whites, on the basis of their race, on the basis of their sex, on their basis of them not being a sex, on the basis of whatever, rather than on competence, rather than on intelligence, and therefore there's no excellence. It could be just stupidity. Takes Kamala down to Texas, takes her down to Texas, and there she's going to get on a stage she just cannot win. There she's going to get on a stage with Beyonce and another performer and tell the population, hey, free, come on in, Beyonce. Everybody's going to think that Beyonce is going to perform to the left out, is what everybody ended up being, because she just gets up there looking like an absolute clown. Like, where is the guy turning the little box and playing the music? Looking like a clown in the attire. And the other one too, dressed up like, was it Corinne Jean-Pierre, whatever her name is, in these like ridiculous suits that are beyond common. I mean, we are really going to look like the West, America is already looking like a freak bar in the worst part of town. And you show up and the people are in like zoot suits and they're on drugs and they have tattoos all over their faces and they're pierced and everything. And now that's just like in the White House. That is speaking to the population of the world for America. That's where we're at right now. They show up, and the fans, of course, the people who show up, they think they're going to get some entertainment from these. And then they go up, they talk for like 3 minutes, they walk away, and the crowd is screaming and they're booing everything you can. I don't even know these. And I would be able to say, absolutely, do not go to Texas. Absolutely, do not bring these people up on stage unless they're going to perform something free for these people. Like she did in Georgia, for example. No, they just walk up there. But honestly, how is a woman like Kamala even supposed to be in politics? It's not really fair, is it? In politics, you have to be going up in the polling, and Kamala got there by going down on the poll. Lots of them. So it's not really a fair competition. But you can look at this and you can say, all right, maybe this is just dumb people. But it could also be, maybe this are people undermining her campaign. Maybe it's people intentionally making decisions for her to undermine her campaign. Because maybe Democrats or certain Democrats or whatever are going to benefit from a Donald Trump. And then you have to ask, what is this DOD order for? Like, what is this all about then? Is this about killing us? Are they going to steal this election either at the ballot box or in Congress, as I talked about, as I outlined for everybody exactly how the Democrats and it wouldn't take many Republicans to participate, how they could do. And then if the population is perturbed by this and we say, hey, we don't like this, and we start talking about it, then the military can come and kill us. Kill us. The military can come and kill us. Is it for us? Or is this because the United States knows that when Donald Trump wins this, because there's no way not for him not to win this, except for the steal, that the anti-whites are going to go crazy and they're going to need the government to kill them. This is why, if you were bright enough to not lose the point, this is why we don't bother getting into the detritus that deeply. We deal with ourselves, our lives, what we can affect, and as a consequence, we have colossal victories all the way up to Donald Trump himself, all the way up. A lot of questions out in the air, but you can jump right down into Lancaster. And Lancaster County Commissioner and District Attorney Heather Adams said instances of voter registration fraud were discovered in batches of last-minute submissions linked to canvassing largely focused on the city since June. So they're going out there in the city and they're trying to sign people up to vote. And what else are they doing? Motivated by this passion, this morality that I'm telling you, if you do not have a moral matrix, you cannot act. Christianity, subverted. Catholicism, for those who think it's a different thing, subverted. Mormonism, subverted. Your lodge that you're in, subverted. Everyone has been exposed to and poisoned by the anti-white narrative, which is psychological warfare designed to undermine everything that's gone before. The Go Free dialogic designed to subvert anti-whiteism and works wherever it's applied. Don't be an asshole. Take up the Go Free dialogic. Stop trying to change it a little bit so that you can say it's your own thing. Just be an early adopter like those of us who are here. And then when the tens of millions, the millions, the tens, the hundreds of millions show up, you'll always be able to say, I was there at the beginning. People need to stop getting around before it's too, because this shit is real. This shit is real. This is not just spy on you. This is not just, which is what it's been. This is now kill you. Don't like. And then on what basis, Jason? On what basis? On what basis is this kill you? Well, breaking the law. But what law? The law to not discriminate, maybe. Maybe you were a little prejudicial. Maybe you said some nasty things online. Kill you. Wonder what race the troops will be that show up to kill us if it comes to that. Wonder if it's going to be a bunch of non-white. I mean, and here's the thing. And I was going to say non-white anti-whites, but here's the thing. It could be an all-white country because all you need to do is look back in our history And you can take a look at the bonus marchers. You can take a look at what the all-white military did to them. You could take a look to the forced school integration and what the all-white military did to the white population of the South. You could just take a look. So they'll do it. They'll do it. But let's jump back into this so we can get to a little bit more fun conversation. A large number of suspicious voter registration applications were dropped off at the county. See, I just cannot stop making this point enough. You will break the laws of your country for morality. You will do the unethical for the morality. Our morality needs to be white positivity. Ourselves, our bodies, our creations, our mores, our laws, our systems of justice, all of it, our statues, all of it is ours, a projection of us on the inside, of us on the inside. If we are morally driven to defend what is us, ourselves and what we create, we can do everything that needs to be done to defend ourselves. If we put our nose in the air like the cucks, and the anti-whites are the ones who believe socially, the social morality of the country, anti-whiteism, that they are acting morally, they will continue as they do, breaking the laws, breaking the codes of ethics. Oh, how about this? Overlooking all that contradicts the anti-white narrative, like the gang rapes of white females by non-white anti-whites. Just overlook all of these crimes. Overlook all the butchering. Overlook, how about in the United Kingdom, where some anti-white, non-white terrorists can kill a bunch of white people, and then the white people who defend, supposedly are the defenders, turn around and say, if you get angry at them for that, that's their victory. You need to be apologetic and forgive them for what they've done. All of it designed. And let me get an amen. All of this designed, psychological warfare of forethought, and all working perfectly like an engine. And here I come along with the champions, the knights of the white table, and clearly elucidate exactly how it works to make it as simple, shit simple, as we say down home. If you're not from the South, and that you can let me know if that saying is elsewhere, but down home, we say shit simple. And that means that the midget wits out there are going to be able to get it. Making this as shit simple as possible. And for years and years, I mean, at some point, it's going to get real. A large number of suspicious voter registration applications were dropped off at the county elections office near Monday's deadline, county officials said. An investigation by the district attorney's office found incorrect addresses, false identification information, false names, and names that did not match the Social Security information. The officials said one of the two organizations that conducted registration drives in the county in recent months were responsible for the applications. They did not name the organizations. Why? Because they're Democrat. If they were Republican organizations, I mean, we all know this. And why would it be that if they were Republican? Because the Republican Party is the ipso facto, even though the Republican Party doesn't defend white people, doesn't want to defend white people, they are the ipso facto defenders of white people. Why? Because the Republican Party is anti-white, but not as anti-white as the Democrats. Therefore, it's not anti-white enough. So we know by looking at this that if they won't name the entities, it's because they're Democrat entities. They're probably Soros entities. Who knows which anti-whites are financing these things? But they are anti-white, so they're not going to name them. The district attorney did not provide information on what was funding the canvassers, but asked anyone who had been approached about suspicious registration to contact her office. It appears to be an organized effort, Adams said, noting that the investigation is ongoing. So maybe I'll just stop right there and we'll move on. But I will say, I want to point out something else that separates us from the conspiratards that are out there who anthropomorphize everything. They're saying, oh, well, they will cheat, or they like there's a single head somewhere. And this is why you can't allow such people you can't listen to such people who give their opinions. When they talk about things in an anthropomorphic way, when they say there's a cabal of people at the very top, you need to immediately ignore them. That is not how the dynamical complexity of society and social dynamism works. It takes an extremely high IQ to begin to approximate what takes place in the movements of peoples and their thoughts, and how that informs the thoughts of others. The tards cannot get it. Do not listen to them. Do not follow her because her jugs are hanging out. Do not follow her because she's got a pretty smile. Do not follow her because she's got pretty hair on her. Do not follow because he's a cute little twink. Do not follow because this is far more complex. Does anybody else talk about it for what it actually is? No. I've been here for decades, longer than some of you have been alive. So I'm tired of hearing your opinions. Your opinions, they're like assholes, and it's about as valuable. Okay. So keep it to yourself, shut your mouth, get in line, and march to the orders. March in unison, because that's what's powerful. Not everybody coming up with their own 2 cents. You white race, wake up. You find something that works, and then everyone marches in line. Haven't you noticed that that's what the anti-whites always condemn, is our uniformity? Every time that we've come together in a uniform way, like a marching band instead of an army, like a marching band, anti-whites freak out. They're like, oh, individual thought is gone. Your identity is erased. And they will go and say everything they can to prevent us from being uniform. That is where power is. Get out of, I know in your minds, so many of you are like trapped in 1st and 2nd grade, where the teacher is like, be an individual. Oh, you want to be a peacock bull? Okay, you're a peacock bull. Everybody can do their own thing. No, grow up. Shut up. You're valueless unless you get in line and march in unison to what works. At some point, the white race has to be told the hard truth, okay? And you're going to get it from me. There has to be someone out there who isn't going to pussyfoot it, soft glove it for you, who's just going to tell it like it is. And you better hope that it's somebody like me with the amount of compassion that I actually have and have demonstrated for many, many years online. You better hope it's somebody like me. So here's the complexity. There isn't, let me just pull it in here. Let's reel it in. Come on, reel it in. Let's reel it in here. I want to talk, go ahead, sit cross-legged there. You don't sit Indian style anymore because of anti-whiteism. So just sit the cross-legged there, pull in. Yeah, a little closer. Listen. There isn't a group of people at the top that just tells all the others what to do, okay? Okay? Now, society is much more complex than that. So there are kind of like grains of sand or sugar, and they are animating themselves out there in the world, and they're going to be then theft of elections at every level. They're going to be happening. Some will participate. Some anti-whites will participate. Some won't. This isn't evidence that people at the top have ordered the theft. Also doesn't mean that the most powerful aren't participating. This is just too much for you to compute. Get in line. Okay? Thanks. Hope we don't have to have this conversation again. I don't want to take my belt off. Anti-whites at every level are going to anti-white, okay? They're going to do what anti-whites do. They're going to do things like try to steal the election from the candidate that isn't anti-white enough and give it to the candidate that is more anti-white than the candidate who is not anti-white enough. This doesn't mean that there is orders from the top. It doesn't mean that there aren't anti-white oligarchs participating. Your thinking causes you to come to erroneous conclusions. So you need to stop that thinking. Stop it. Tired of hearing it. So there you have it. People are motivated by their programming. The programming, the social morality is anti-whiteism. There is no way to take over a branch of this or the CEO or the president of that and everything gets better. Because the machine, the substance, the people are the problem. It's not top down, it's bottom up. It's bottom up poisoning. You've got to deal with the social morality of our Western civilization, which is anti-whiteism. Nothing else. No politics, no media, no positions held, no making your own movies, no, none of it will change things until you deal with that. And I am the world premier leader on this subject. So to not talk to me is to prove yourself a traitor to Western kind. We got people talking about this theft. Hey, if they pull off a theft one way or the other, I mean, I don't know if I'll end up covering this because nobody ends up giving a shit when I come forward. You remember, it's crazy. It could be like 2 years later, and content creators will say, "God, can you believe that this is?" And we're like, "Oh yeah, Jason actually read that bill out 2 years ago. I said exactly that's what's going to happen." And you cussed him then, and you said it wasn't true. You remember the one when it came to Patriot Front? They're like, "Fuck you, Jay." How many claims that did these scum assassinating my character make? When I said, "Oh, look, this Patriot Front's it's going on this government list." Then 2 years later, and I'm saying this because, hey, this is obviously, if you're going to be behaving this way like they were doing, going into non-white neighborhoods in Philadelphia, scaring non-white children, you're going to end up on this list where the government can treat you like a foreign mafia, like a terrorist gang, and then do whatever they want. And they said, "Oh, Jason, he is all of these different things." Remember? And then 2 years later, that same group of absolute hairy dingleberries are like, "We're getting put on government lists. That's so unfair. That's so unfair. It's not fair." Shut the fuck up. Happy Halloween, by the way. Happy Halloween. The ghouls are coming out. And we're going to be talking about some of the ghouls, the guys and the ghouls that are out there in the world. Should wives have, that's a pretty good transition, isn't it? Should wives be required to have sex with their husbands? Should wives be required to have sex? Now, this was started by this debate here was started by a guy. Well, this is actually, we're going to begin with, let's begin with the Daniel Penny. Should guys have to fight? Because it seems much more of an affront to us to do it in this order. We'll do this. So should women have to have sex with their husbands? And should guys have to fight and ruin their lives for women in public should they be threatened? Before we take a look at that, why don't we just take a look as guys at what we have to deal with when it comes to females. Let's put it over here so we can put it on the big screen. Just what do we have to do? We're talking, we've got to have a conversation. This conversation has to take place with women, at least to some degree, until we take all their rights, privileges, and powers away, which probably should be sooner than later. And let's just hear what we have to deal with.
I'm so done with you. We're always fighting, and we never shaboink anymore. I want.
Okay. Boink anymore. Of course, that means sex. We never should boink anymore. So this is pretty much your average female, and this is what the average guy has to deal with.
to break up.
If that's what you want to do, I understand.
Seriously? You don't even care? I always knew you hated me. Babe, I'm so sorry about that overreaction earlier.
Gosh, girls are so normal. None of you are sane. This is why all of that medication is passed out, doled out to ladies.
Being emotional and immature.
It's okay.
Wow. So you admit you think I'm immature? I hate you.
Hands up for every guy. Can I get a hoorah or an amen for every guy who has had this conversation, this exact conversation with a girl in his life?
So you're not even going to chase after me? I guess I mean nothing to you.
Can you just shut up for 1 second? God!
Whoa, babe. What's gotten into you? I can't be with someone that has these extreme mood swings. I think we should break up.
So that's where the conversation has to be held. That's the type of level-headedness where the conversation, and this stereotype exists because it's fucking real. Okay? Real, skibbity, true, based, skibbity, because it's real. So this was actually started by, let me close a couple of these. Nope, not there. A couple of people like this woman, Allie. I'll put her comment up on the screen here. And if there's anybody out there that wants to white knight, who wants to simp for women, I like simp better. We should get rid of white knight because it includes the name of our people, colloquial name of our people. Who wants to simp, then I will direct you to a strap-on dildo farm where you can be properly taken care of by the woman of your choice, okay? This is only a place for men when it comes to this conversation. So we have a lot of men claiming Daniel Penny are the reason they don't intervene to help women. Also did not help women before Daniel Penny. Quit taking credit for, and this woman, by the way, this Allie, is a Christian cuck, a cuckservative, a conservative, okay? That's what she claims to be. Quit taking credit for what you never would have done. We all remember how people acted prior to last May, and it wasn't much different. 2 million views on this and counting. 2 million views and counting. It's going everywhere. You know what? This trifling little bitch responded to almost everyone but me on her thread. Isn't that something? I wrote this to her. Hey, anti-white, look up Bernard Goetz, 1984. And there are cases before that, and before that, and since that, and since that. Shut your mouth and make a sandwich. Totally appropriate, I think. Totally appropriate verbiage. Another woman opening her mouth. Totally wrong. She's like, hey, you're trying to pull a Daniel Penny that you don't want to get locked up and face 10 years in jail for manslaughter and already be in jail all this time. Who knows what's happened to the guy? Who knows? Maybe you get in prison and you die in the first 6 months, 2 years. How about Lynch in the UK? Grandfather said some words, went to jail for it, died in prison. 2 years later, happening all the time. American jails are full of white males who objected to anti-whiteism, whether they were conscious of that objection or not, whether they called it Marxism or liberalism or whatever it is, and they end up in prison and they die there. They get changed there in some really significant ways, like having to wear a colostomy bag kind of a way. So here you have this woman and she's like, a lot of men claiming Daniel Penny are the reason they don't intervene to help women. Also did not help women before Daniel Penny. Like, it was just this way since Penny. It's been just this way since Penny. Absurd. So her position is that if you are a man and you are in public and women are being bothered by something, they're being upset by something, you have to go to war against that something, whatever that something is. As a man, you just, when you see it happening, you just have to stand up and go to war. Well, what, of course, is that ignoring, Cupcake? What is that ignoring? The fact that a great many norms and mores of Western civilization have been white erased. And in large part because of females like you. Because you are this, you're clearly a in charge, powerful woman, right? You're clearly in charge because you're out here on Twitter getting yourself 2 million views and counting, giving your opinion about how men should have to stand up for women, irrespective of the situation, and go to war, that no excuse, even going to prison, losing your life in prison, being condemned by society. How about this? Being condemned by this same bitch as she villainy signals onto the world how wrong it was that you handled that non-white person a little too toughly. You handled them a little too roughly. And so now they're hurt or they're dead or whatever in the process of you taking control of them, a la Daniel Penny. And now you're going to condemn because that is the fashionable thing. It's a fashionable ideology, is anti-whiteism. And so now all you miserable little bitches out there are going to say, God, he was too rough. I agree. That was wrong. I mean, this guy is he's just a poor black man trying to get ahead in the world for the love of God. And these white guys are keeping him down. He didn't have to be that rough. He didn't have to be like it's a scenario that you can in the least bit have measure out how much intensity, how little intensity, what do you know about the other person? What are they capable of? Do they have any weapons? I mean, it's like you're measuring out ingredients, isn't it, Cupcake? It's like the guy just he put too much flour in this one. He put too much flour. He measured out a little too much. Life in prison. So there's been a lot that have changed. The selfish individualism of the white race has been fanned by anti-whiteism to a raging inferno that is consuming our people and therefore us individually. You're overlooking that. Allie, you're overlooking that, Cupcake. Only guy you didn't respond to. I wonder why. You're overlooking that. You're overlooking that the moral requirement of a man to stand up and to defend a woman has been white erased. That has been white erased. That no longer exists because you are anti-white to whatever degree. Women, in large part, anti-white to whatever degree. They either are pushing anti-whiteism, agreeing with anti-whiteism, apathetically agreeing with anti-whiteism, agreeing with anti-whiteism by their silence, preventing their males from objecting and combating anti-whiteism, because it's always in the female mind, just placate. Just give them a little more. Just let them take a little more so we can have a little more. Let's just have more for them and it'll be better. And they'll be happy once they get a little more. Where does that sound appropriate? in the nursery room. It's not appropriate in society. It is not appropriate in society. Women need to learn this. The sharing works in the nursery room. The shutting up for you works in society. That is the man's realm. It's supposed to be the man's realm. So we have this white moray that a man, and what comes to, or where does this stem from? The desire of a man to protect a woman. Ownership of women. White men don't own the women of our race anymore. Boy, no, you all are in charge. It ain't 50-50. White females are in charge of the white race. They are in charge of the white race. Period. Full stop. They are in charge. And we are told, white males, by you, over the course of our whole lives, how strong you are, how independent you are, how amazing you are, how you can do anything a guy can do except better, how smarter you are in charge. So the natural conclusion is do it for your fucking self then. Do it for yourself. You're in charge, take care of yourself. At first, for a lot of white guys, and you can go talk to a lot of old timers out there, and they were of the mind like, nah, I understand. She's saying that because they just, they're really vain as all hell. Females and children, super vain. They're vain as all hell. So you still got to do your man. You still got to do your noblesse oblige to the females of it. You still got to do it. You still got to be a man. And it's really in the West. I don't really see it anywhere else. I grew up with people from, I think, every single race, and who were brand new to this country. I talked to them. I talked to their parents, and I looked out at the historical record of it. And I don't see the exact same thing. Some similarities, but I don't see the exact same thing as the West. And it's kind of like white females really had a good thing, and they really fucked it up. You can do it. You don't need no man. Shit on a man. And we're going to see this in the very next conversation. White females don't owe you any sex. They can get married to you and then decide they don't owe you any sex. And white females out there, they're now talking about how, well, why aren't you fighting for us? Why isn't some white guy stranger pulling up to save us and everything? And they say, well, aren't there laws? The duty to intervene. Why do laws exist? Because the mores of a people, the instincts of a people are projected onto their environment from where? Whence do they come? The biospirit, biological, spiritual quintessence of a people. They project it onto the world, becomes their culture, and they say, you know what? We really think that males should intervene. We all do think that. Let's put that into a law. Failure to intervene is what it's called sometimes. And you could get charged, and it's different in different areas and to different degrees. It's almost never applied anymore. Why? Because white erasure of our mores. It's written into law and into code in a great many places across the West, but almost never applied. They almost never break it out. The duty to intervene, the failure, and it has slightly different names when you read the code, when you read the laws, but it's almost never applied because the West isn't the West anymore. It's not white anymore. Congratulations, women. You're in charge, and you tell us that over the course of our lives, that you're in charge. And then in society, you go out into the world. And the old timers, as I was saying, they would say to us, no, you still got to go to bat for them, because the old timers still had their jobs. They still had their dignity. The old timer white guys, they still had their dignity. They still were able to compete on a somewhat level playing field for their achievements in life. And so when they didn't achieve something maybe they wanted, they knew they could only blame themselves in large part. Of course, there's always work politics and sport politics and politics and etc. Of course, they knew that, but largely they could blame it. Not us, though. We grew up in a white males for many, many decades now, have grown up in a West where our jobs not only are given to non-white people, but also given to white women. And so the white women we date have better jobs than us. The white women we have to marry have better jobs and careers than us. They find it easy to, relative to us, to climb the ladder, to get the awards, to be the breadwinner, to be, as we looked at the data across the country, they are the primary home purchasers now. They own the homes, and they're not even putting their husbands on the deeds. They're not even a co-owner, not even to saddle him with the debt. It's just they're hers. The cars are hers. The house is hers. The trips are hers. She's living large. And we also know, because we live in the world, that women are rampantly unfaithful in places of work. Rampantly unfaithful. When they were home, harder to cheat on the husband. When they're out at the office, suddenly the kids all don't look the same. You got this family that looks like a quilt, all right? None of it looks the same. So guys can see this. And now when the female who over the course of our lives is nagging, finger wagging at us, why don't you do more? Why can't you? You are such a loser. You don't make enough money. Your job's not real. Every guy has had to endure that. Every single guy. And so when we see one of these bosses out there getting pushed around, getting frightened by the consequences of her endorsement of anti-whiteism, or silence and therefore endorsement of anti-whiteism, or her just assuming the position of man in the relationship, we say, deal with it yourself. Because not only is the totality of our lives and it would be great if we could just say, give women the finger and say, well, we're never going to have to deal with you. Regrettably, we have a desire for companionship. Regrettably, we have a desire to produce children. Regrettably, we have a desire for sex. And yeah, I put that last. And so we have to deal with you. We have to have a conversation with you. We have to live with you. We have to interact with you. If we didn't have to, we would just turn our backs, completely walk away. All men would. Who would put up with this shit? Totally shit on the totality of our lives. We have that to live through. And then when it comes to a white guy interacting with a non-white in the West, we know, and ladies, you know, so you can go to hell when you demand that we defend you. We know that when we go on trial, it's not ourselves and the actual facts of what took place. We know that we go on trial as the avatar for the white race. And the trial isn't about, did we hold the guy in a sleeper hold too long? Was it a little too tight or a little loose enough? We know that the trial is about the Holocaust and about racism and about slavery and about persecuting and exploiting non-whites for all of recorded history. That's what it's about, Allie. That's what it's about. So you all, I want to hear what you have to say. And we got a couple more comments from people who participated and are participating. This is trending on Twitter. So I want to hear, tag me as No White Guilt. Tag me as No White Guilt. I want to see if you have anything pithy or smart to say. We have here, I won't be putting them all up on the screen. And I mentioned just Bernard gets to this airheaded Christian conservative because she's saying, oh, it's just Daniel Penny. She wasn't even born by 84. Of course she does. And she's not going to do any research. She's just looking for an excuse for you to go to war for her. No, thank you. The only white women that we will be defending moving forward are women of the West. Those are the only white women that will be. So that you can see in this community what it looks like. Those will be the only white women that will be defending. They join us as a puzzle piece and complete this picture of power of Western kind. They do not usurp our roles as leaders of society, as leaders of the family. They do not usurp that role. They assume the role that God and nature has given to them, and they excel at it. They do it magnificently. That's how you know the difference. Those will be the only white women that get defended. All of these others who are like, no, go to bat for us. We're still in charge. Girl boss. Hey, the next time you see one of those girl bosses on the side of the road trying to change her tire, slow down, roll the window down, and yell out at her, hey, go girl boss, and then stomp on it, let the wheels spin, and just take off. That's what you got to do. Takoloshi tags me, as far as New York subway goes, I'm a victim blamer for anyone using it when they cannot fight. It is an internationally known perimeter of civilization. Yeah, exactly. You go on some New York subway and so many others, Chicago, then you better be ready to defend yourself. These white females all over, sickening. And they're on Twitter making huge money. You know, they're getting ad revenue. It's so disgusting, these white females. It is so beyond disgusting. We have this other one, Corinne or whatever her name is, retiring at 24 or something like this from OnlyFans with $67 million. $67 million. How many videos? She did like 30 videos and like 80 photos for $67 million. Now she just got photographed with Donald Trump at his latest rally. I mean, females are in charge. That's of the white race. That's why we're in this situation. That's why. And the males of the race, they've either become just violent, like inbred losers. They're workout freaks. They don't do idiots. They are white flighting into video games and everything else. And a huge and growing percentage of them are fucking twinks. That's what's been made of the white male. Absolutely pathetic. Tag me as No White Guilt if you have any thoughts on this. Quick question, says Daisy May. Why should my husband intervene? This is in response to Ali. He went to the same boot camp as Daniel Penny. And like him, he would definitely do something. But why should he? Why should he risk his freedom for people who, the second the optics look bad for him, what are the optics? It's anti-whiteism. So it's a white guy beating the living shit out of a non-white aggressor. When the optics look bad for him, demand my husband's head. Why should I then take on the financial burden of hiring a lawyer, keeping a roof over my and my husband's head? And he then has to try and survive in prison. Why do retarded women demand men's undying loyalty and freedom while they create a chaotic mob rule system that punishes men and like Daniel Penny and my husband? Well, it's not chaotic in the sense that it's directionless. It's has a perfect anti-white directionality to it. Maybe, just maybe, we should be discussing the decisions that led to this environment. I would love to do that. How many followers do you have? Are you willing to have me on the talk? I am the world premier, most knowledgeable professional on this subject. No one comes close. Do you want to have a discussion? I'm your guy. Watch, she'd turn to like, let's get Charlie Kirk in here. Let's bring some Charlie in here. He's a nice little simp boy, isn't he? He's a nice little simp. He'll sit on your knee like a little monkey. Have you ever seen that? That's a little monkey. It just sit right on your knee. Maybe we should be discussing the decisions that led to this environment and not why men have checked out or have the added risk of losing their freedom in life for people like you. You know what? I wish this woman would say, Daisy May, that this is only going to be white men. If a non-white guy, I mean, let's say the truth. If a non-white guy subdued a white guy or another non-white guy, they're going to be fine. They're going to be fine. Society is not going to burn him down. The kind of women who calls them cowards instead of insisting, nay, demanding the system reward the kind of courage you demand. Nate over here says, it's part of a broader negotiation of societal norms. He responds to this topic. What are the societal norms, Nate? Nate's white, I think. Nate looks white to me. But for some reason, he's turned our norms into abstractions, probably because he's an abstraction coward. That's probably why. He won't say it like it is. You mean our norms, Nate? In New York City, there are many factors that discourage proactive action by men. In places like Highland Park, Texas, many older norms remain. Older norms? Older norms, Nate? You mean white norms? You mean white, Nate? Westman, Western kind, Nate. Older norms? Did those older norms come from Pakistan? Did those older norms come from Mexico? Where did those older norms come from, Nate? This is the white race for you. And you're more likely in those places to find more men who will be willing to intervene. And so more white men willing to intervene. Okay. It's often prudent for a man to accept the norms of the community he is in, no matter what his instincts are. It would not, for example, be smart for an American man to intervene in a conflict he sees while visiting Pakistan. Isn't that funny that I mentioned Pakistan? The same is increasingly true of blue cities. Why is that? Because Pakistan and blue cities are anti-white. You dickless wonder. Grow some balls, pussy. He can't help it, though. He's white. There's nothing there. He's a fucking Ken doll, okay? There's nothing there. Fucking loser. Only the white guys in this community are carrying. It's clear that's the case. Everywhere else, they're little simps and they're little twinks and they're little abstraction cowards everywhere else. Carly says, I was the only woman. Okay, here's nonsense. I did read this one beforehand. Carly tried to say that she was the only woman on a subway train where a crazy guy was, and then she just took charge and she stunned him and stun-gunned him. Go to hell. I don't believe that shit. That's right. Carly, she's one of the ones that is browbeating little boys, little white boys, Women can do everything a man can do, but they can do it better right now. Jubal writes, we owe you nothing to Allie, little cupcake, little Christian conservative cupcake, demanding what men go to battle for her and all women. As we scrape by and she looks down her nose at us, bloviating about how lazy we are, or why don't we have any gumption to just go out there and take what we want from the world. He says, we owe you nothing. You are not our mothers, sisters, or girlfriends, or wives, or daughters. You are strangers. And while in the past, it may have been customary to help strangers. Why was it customary? Because it was white. And now we're white erased. He continues. The newcomers you invited in, he says, the newcomers you invited in. Who are they? People with different biospirits, with different mores, different norms. The newcomers you invited in don't live by those rules. What rules? White rules. And now, neither do we. So this is like your typical white guy. Now, your average white guy out in the street, he can see, he's like, well, you invited all these other people from all these other backgrounds. And the world that they create, they're recreating here. And so you wanted it, now you got it. Amos says, the shrieking about men being cowards for not doing anything on the subway when a crazy person is acting out, as just one example, maybe is just one example, while also condemning Daniel Penny by the same women many times, is just a chef's kiss. Yes, exactly what we were talking about, Amos. So true. Based and skibbity. Because the exact same women that go nuts about a white guy intervening, and he's hurt a non-white person. A non-white man was hurt by the white guy, and in some cases, even the white boy. White females, so many of them. And then they turn right around, go to war for us. It's really, talk about a chef's kiss, because we are really going to be segueing into, what about sex when we're married? What about sex? We all know the truth. We all know. And it's always this like open secret, right? Women stop. Women stop. And then men are expected to view their marriage vow as a vow of celibacy. You better be loyal, and you better fight that guy out in public that was making women feel scared and go to jail for life, because at least there you can get some sex. Might not be what you were looking for, but you're going to get it. All right, I want to see what you all are saying on this. And little Allie twit. And if you're saying anything, tag me as No White Guilt. Then we'll get into the sex in a relationship. And this is the second big conversation on Twitter right now. If we're not getting, with this title, a decent audience, it's because we are shadow banned. Since everybody's talking about this, we are shadow banned. And I'll debate anybody on this. So you want to say this person has a good view, better view, worse view, whatever. I'll burn them down. I will absolutely burn them down. Let's do it. Let's do it. Don't let your mom watch, because then I'll have to fight that bitch off too. All right. JK160 is here. Should women have to give up sex in a marriage? This all got started by this guy online who said this. He tweeted this: if a woman won't give you a firm commitment pre-marriage to sleep with you post-marriage, don't marry her. This is asinine. This guy has like millions and millions and millions of views. Just shows you like the quality of the stock. The quality of the stock is gravely diminished. Like she's going to be honest. Seriously, you know what you should do. I'm going to give you this great piece of advice. Over 1 million views on this tweet, by the way. I'm going to give you this great piece of advice on how to live your life. And this guy specializes ostensibly in debates and then charging people, I think, to teach them to debate. Give me a break. But everybody's got to make a living somewhere, and I'm not going to begrudge him that. But millions and millions. Could you imagine if we had with the Go Free Dialogic, millions and millions and millions and millions of views like that? And here comes the deep, profound admonition. If a woman won't give you a firm commitment pre-marriage, like a woman you're gonna trust a woman? Are you fucking brain dead? Are you a vegetable? This guy smokes a lot of cigarettes. I think the nicotine's gotten to him. Are you a fucking vegetable? If she's not going to give you a firm commitment, a firm commitment? She's not going to give you a firm anything, dipshit. You better find one, guys out there. You better find one that is sex-kin crazed and of her own volition. And you'll be able to see that. There'll be signs of it. There'll be signs of it. Not a whore, obviously. A lot of whores are not actually into sex, if you haven't figured that out yet. A lot of whores are severely damaged human beings. They were molested as children. There's a lot of different things going on. So they're not actually into sex. But you better find a woman that wants it of her own volition. Because if you're going to look for a firm commit, a woman is willing. We see it all the time. Guys see it all the time. She's willing to be all kind of fun prior to getting that vow, and then it's over. So if she's willing to be all kind of fun prior to getting the vow, then she's willing to lie to you. Don't take this guy's advice. Andrew Wilson. Make it a point, he says, though. Dude, I'm sure he's very smart in other areas. But this is not one of them. That's all. Make it a point to discuss it and get it on the table. This is the most naive shit I have ever heard. He can't believe this. He absolutely can't. Make it a point to discuss it with a girl. Get it on the table. Immediately before you tie the knot. Ask her to commit to your needs. If she won't, don't marry her, in all caps. Here's the thing. If she won't commit to your needs, don't marry her because she's too fucking dumb. If she had a brain cell in her head, she would just tell you what you wanted to hear. There ain't no woman alive. And she'd be lying to herself to make herself believe it's honest. That, well, I was honest when I said it then, but then 1 week after the marriage, I now feel another way. We saw in the video that I said, let's open this up with, what are we working with? What's the clay that we're working with? And it's like, it's like as capricious as, mercurial as a human being, as an animal can be. You can't even imagine. The only kind of animal that comes as close to the capriciousness of a female is like a tiny, tiny, tiny little dog hyped up on cocaine and Xanax. And it's at the end of the leash, and it's like, and you're like, whoa, how does it even get airborne? It can. Trust me. So you're going to get a firm commitment. You're going to get it on the table with her. Give me a break. So this guy then gets absolutely barraged. And I'll talk about. So, I mean, my conclusion for the first big debate going on Twitter right now is if you're a woman of the West and you don't have a man of the West in your life to accompany you a lot of the places you have to go, then prepare yourself to defend yourself. That's going to be pepper spray. I would not recommend a taser. That's useless because you have to be right on the man. He will just knock your arm away. Just keep in mind, just remember what happened to the girl who thought she could have the tortilla slap off with a guy that was her boyfriend, probably. So you're not going to be able to like, hoo-wah! Hoo-wah! I think so many white women, it's the funniest thing. We see these videos. It's like self-defense. Master Wang Chi is going to teach women self-defense this week at the community center down by Hale and the Main Drive. And you're like, all right. And you get to see like the video, and she's like, her hips are like that wide, and her arms, they look like the arms of like a fucking Ewok. And she's like, and he's like, no, all you got to do is reach forward and grab my shirt and take hold of it. Come on. What a joke. Grab my gi. She's going to knock it away. You're going to have a pepper spray or a handgun. Where you're allowed to have a handgun, use the handgun. Practice with the handgun. Go to the range. Learn how to use a handgun. Don't let any of the guys, if you don't already have a guy, don't let any of the guys take advantage of you and then start dating them, and they're doing it just to have sex with you. Just learn how to shoot it. Be comfortable with it. Choose a low caliber firearm, because you want to be able to pull the trigger repeatedly. You don't want to pull it once and then it scares the living crap out of you and you can't pull the trigger again. Don't let any gun people who are absolute rejects try to tell you, that caliber isn't going to do anything. Anybody shot with a bullet is going to know it, and they're going to be bleeding, and it's going to hurt. It doesn't matter what the caliber is. It could be 22 caliber. Okay. And especially if you can put lots of bullets in them, it's going to hurt. They're going to be dying. They're going to be dying. So don't listen to any of the gun idiots out there. Okay. It doesn't need to be a massive caliber. Otherwise, have a man of the West with you. If you're a guy out there, obviously defend the women, your mother, your sister, your children, your wife, whatever. We've talked about this a lot, about defending ourselves. When it comes to strangers out there, you've got to evaluate the circumstance. You've got to decide whether or not the circumstance means you're going to go to jail and you're never going to get out. You won't be able to be an activist for white well-being. So this is the real deal. I'm giving you the advice that will benefit you. What you do in the circumstance will depend. You know, you'll throttle up, you'll throttle down. I mean, it might be just yelling out, hey, I called the cops, and they say they're already on the way, even though you haven't called the cops yet. I personally would never wait around for the police. If I had to do anything, I wouldn't wait for them. I would leave. I would do what Getz did and never come back, though. He left, but then came back. I would leave and never come back. So you got to decide. But I can tell you this also, guys. Any woman out there demanding that you just protect women in general, you can say, Help me end anti-whiteism, and then we'll have a world where that can be true again. If you're not interested in helping me defeat anti-whiteism, then go straight to hell. I'm not doing shit for you. Women have to be taken down. I mean, and this speaks right to this too. Women have been taught that they are special, that they should be put on a pedestal, that their wants and needs are all the wants and needs that matter. I saw an interview, a video of an interview, just a clip, a snippet of it, where it was Americanized Indians. And the guy asks the woman, he's a little younger than her. She's an older married woman. He said, "Are you married?" And she said, "Yes, I am." Big smile and everything. And he said, "Is he happy?" And she giggles, big smile still. And she said, "That's kind of a strange question. You're supposed to ask me if I'm happy." And he said, "I know, but this is a little bit of a different interview. Is he happy?" And she went flat-faced. No response. He said, "You have a response?" She's just staring. And he said, "Okay, I think we have the answer." And she said, "Who's we?" And he said, "Well, me and the camera guy." And then she said, "Fuck you." They don't care about our happiness. Our little girls have to be taught that they are daughters of the West, inheritors of our great dignity, beautiful, sublime. We are wonderful people. And that they are no higher in the world than our little white boys to be men of the West. They are no more special. They are no more deserving of being on a pedestal. If they are a queen, then the men in their lives are kings, not serfs. White men are not serfs. They are not, we do not exist to serve white females. That is not our purpose of life. Our daughters have to be taught that their needs and wants are not all that matters. That his needs and wants also matter. And that she has to seek to satisfy those needs and wants. And that she has to find a guy in the world who wants to do that for her. And that she increases her value and therefore the likelihood of having a good guy by demonstrating that she does not see herself as better or special, that she's going to serve his needs and wants and make his happiness a priority in her life. That's how she's going to find a good guy. Not by browbeating, not by intimidating, not by bullying, not by inability to take responsibility, not by the inability to ever be wrong. We've got to address this in our young girls. I think I'll read some of these comments and then share some more of my thoughts about how to remedy this problem, as well as my thoughts on these people's arguments. But this is where it all started. Get a firm commitment pre-marriage from the woman. I can actually tell you how to get more sex out of a relationship if you're a guy. And it's not this. This is inanity. So his wife, since he had tons of responses coming in, she decided to jump into the fray. Rachel Wilson, she's got over 1 million views on her comment. One of her comments she deleted, and it's a shame because I wanted to share it with you all. But you got another one here, well over 1 million views as well. Another Rachel Wilson, another in the white sympathetic sphere who won't talk to yours truly. It's interesting. She also uses the concept sewing circle as a pejorative. Won't respond to any messages from me, won't respond to messages from others about me, won't have any contact. But she writes this here. Okay, I'm normally not a person who likes to talk about intimate issues, but I have to say I'm extremely shocked to find out that so many people think it's bizarre or abnormal for a married couple to be intimate on a daily basis. Now, this is the kind of thing that, how many times have I heard from women? Have I heard women say these crazy claims? They're like, are there girls? I mean, it's like they don't even know where to end the lie, right? They're like, are there really girls out there that don't want to have sex 11 times a day? God. You're like, well, you're really bad. You're really bad at this. How are you thinking anybody's going to believe that? So she's actually coming out saying, on a daily basis, we going at it. Do y'all not sleep in the same bed together? She wrote. Is this because so many people are overweight and have low hormone levels? No wonder nobody's having any babies, she says. So I call bullshit on the daily. Our norm is daily. I call bullshit on that. But that was her follow-up to try to defend her husband when so many people were coming, and perhaps maybe to magnify this conversation about a woman and having sex in a relationship. And let me tell you guys, there are really two kinds of guys in the world. There is the kind of guy who will lie to a woman and will tell her that she is as intelligent as men and will tell her that she's as strong as men. And then there are the kind of guys who won't lie to get sex out of them. That's pretty much what it breaks down to. Which one are you going to be? Which kind of guy are you going to be? You can mull that as we read Gia's comment. Gia decides that she's going to jump in. Most women in America have testosterone levels between 10 and 17, which is about 17 times lower than men's levels. This means that women are typically only in the mood for sex about 1 week each month. Women and men approach sex differently. Well, that's true. For women, having less sex can lead to wanting it even less. For women, having less sex can lead to wanting it even less. In contrast, men often crave sex more when they are not getting it. Listen to this, all the things that these women say. Don't ever try to please a woman. A woman will tell you that you should never, ever talk to a whore and then get all pissed off at you when you block her number. When men tolerate their wives only engaging in sex when they feel like it, it can create negative habits in the relationship. Well, she's getting close there. CQ 658 says, if wives only realize the importance of having regular sex with their husbands, how important it truly is, that intimacy and sexual contact helps to keep the relationship in good order. It doesn't need to be drawn out. It doesn't need to be a drawn out episode. It can be quick. I mean, that's why we call it a quickie, right? And back to business as usual. Happy marriage. But meanwhile, the girls are like, hey, no sex, not even quickies, but you better fight me. You fight for me. You better go out there in the world and fight for me. And if he's a stranger, go straight to jail and I'll cheer as they put you to jail. Actually, you know what, guys? I've changed my mind. It's our duty to make sure that women feel safe. It's our duty to make sure that women feel safe. So the next time you see a woman out there on the streets and it's dark, she's out there walking, or maybe she's jogging, I want you to run up on her real fast from behind, just fast as you can. And then when she spins around in total terror and you see her face go, oh, fuck. It ain't that dark. It ain't that dark. There ain't no way that I'm going to do the time for this crime. The only thing a rapist running up on you is going to want is directions. Honey, the only thing behind you are your best years. And by doing so, you will confirm to her that she has nothing to fear when she goes out at night. That's my new position when it comes to women. If you don't mentally, physically, or emotionally feel up to going to the gym, don't go, says Anne. Same for sex. If you aren't mentally, physically, or emotionally into it, don't do it. In both instances, your body is telling you something. Listen to it. In the same vein as Anne, another woman tweets that if your wife isn't desiring you, if she doesn't want sex with you, it's your fault. Pretty typical of women, isn't it? That they want to pass the buck, never taking responsibility, never taking ownership, never being wrong. It's always got to be somebody else's fault. Recontextualize, rewrite the history of what's actually taking place just to make themselves look good. Women today are selfish and self-entitled brats, writes Orb Vase. This is interesting. Who couldn't care less if their husbands lived or died, so long as the money and resources keep flowing. Well, that is a very reasonable thing for Orb Vase to write. So happens she's Muslim, non-white Muslim woman. Hey, we have a Grace here, Grace Smith. We might know who she is. She says, unpopular opinion, women failing to keep themselves in shape and refusing or manipulatively withholding sex from their husbands is the number one reason that a man might be unfaithful. Infidelity is wrong, but so is withholding sex. Well, yes, indeed. It is, in fact, the obligation of a woman to have sex with her husband. It is the obligation. It is an obligation of the man as well. And you don't even have to. There are a lot of people who are in this debate right now, and they are whipping out Bible verses. And God said that you have to forget about that. You've made a contract that the person you're with is going to be the only person that you're going to have sex with. You have to do it with them, or you are in breach of contract. You have no right to say that they can't go get sex elsewhere, but you are condemning them morally and ethically so that if they're going to go do that, they have to feel like a reprehensible dog, loser, scum. That's what you are doing to them. Either they have to have their marriage vow become a vow of celibacy for the rest of their life, and they only get to live one life. That's it, no more. It's going to be, and sex is very important for most people, various degrees of importance. So you're either denying them a quintessential aspect of human existence and life, and we only get one, or you are compelling them to condemn themselves as immoral and unethical as they go sate that desire elsewhere. So contractually, you have to get on your back, shut up, don't starfish. Now, that's not going to get sex in a relationship. I'm just telling you what is objectively the case. No woman is going to hear that and say, well, golly, let me get on Victoria's Secret right now and I'm going to buy me up some lingerie. Nah, they really couldn't care less. They're the center. You couldn't be more solipsistic. Center of the universe. Men who need to instruct their wives to desire them are simply not desirable, writes Echo. Is that right? They can't fix it. They can fix it, but you don't fix it by telling her she's obligated to have sex with you. She actually is, Echo. She actually is obligated per the agreement you made with the man. You are obligated. Now, you're not going to do it because of that obligation, because you're a selfish prima donna bitch who thinks that you're special and white men's lives have no value, that we're fungible. We can just go off to war and die. We can just string the power lines and die. We can just go fight the crazy guy on the subway, go to prison and die. We get what you think our value is. And that's why women like you are not going to be kept in the Western civilization that survives through this. We'll be happy to drop you off in Ecuador. Sex, she finishes here, isn't a duty. It's a response. It's a response to marital duties being fulfilled. So in other words, guys, it's your fault and you're not doing well enough. You're not doing well enough to serve her. Now, this, as all things in life, are nuanced. This too is nuanced, and I'm going to share with you in a moment the nuance. And very soon we will be having on the great Biospirit of the West for a swash through as we get closer and closer to that moment. But as in all things, there is nuance here because she's kind of right. Echo is kind of right, but not for the reason that you think. You see, she wants you in this sycophantic, this truculent position as a male. And we see it across the West. They get it. Women get this from men. This absolute sycophantic, how can I serve you? What can I do next? Kind of behavior. Here's how this is remedied. Number one, we have to address anti-whiteism. It's the same thing that is the remedy to the Daniel Penny argument and our women being protected in society. It's why we do not, in this sphere, this white positive sphere, give a damn about males playing female sports. Fine. Good. Give a damn with males competing with females for the academic victories. Good. I love that the best female ever to play Jeopardy is biologically a male. I love it. Good. No more protecting you from your own decisions. No more protecting you from your own follies. You are either going to combat anti-whiteism with us, or we will make sure that you suffer from anti-whiteism by doing nothing for you. There'll be no penalties for males who don't fight for you as a result of what you have created. You have to live with it. Getting some messages here, so let me see. You have to deal with it. Women of the West, you're going to be protected. You will be the queens of our kings. We have to address anti-whiteism. So if you don't want to address it with us, then live the consequences of your decisions, of your folly, of your short-sightedness, of your mothering instincts. For the rabid of the world, live it. Enjoy the gang rape. That'd be a quotable. Enjoy the gang rape, ladies. And when it comes to happy marriages and sex, here's the reality. Females, as the one commenter on Twitter that we read was pointing out, have a lower sex drive than males. I think that's pretty well observed. In general, on average, have a lower sex drive. Their sex drive is higher the younger they are. Once they reach maturity, their sex drive is at its highest. It is a feminist, in other words, anti-white notion that females reach their peak sexual drive in their 30s. That is what old gals tell themselves. And I'm not saying that you're old if you're in your 30s, but relative to a 20-year-old, a 35-year-old is very young, old, compared to the youth of the 20-year-old. So it's just another argument of, well, yes, she's more fertile, she's healthier, her skin is tighter, her boobs are firmer and all, but yeah, but I'm now at 38 in my prime, whatever. In nature, it is the most challenging thing a human being can do is produce a baby, give birth to it, and rear it. That's got to happen when the organism is young and healthy and heals rapidly. Naturally, then, nature is going to equip females of that age with their highest sex drive, with their biggest interest in sex. And now, maybe that's not true for you as an individual. There are going to be exceptions. But this is reality. This is the norm. Every guy knows it too. So there's no use in lying to us. There's no use. So marriages have to happen to be successful sexually earlier rather than later in life. The sex drive of the female is going to be closer to that of the male when she is 20, when she is 19, when she is 21. The sex drive is going to be falling off from there forward. The older she gets, the more likely she is to die from getting pregnant. In times when the white man didn't create a bunch of medicine and procedures and technologies to keep her alive and to bring forth happy, healthy white babies. So you can't change that biological reality. When you get a guy and girl together and they're much older, then her sex drive, the gap between the sex drive is larger. So it's a real difference between what the guy wants and needs and what the woman wants and needs. So obviously, if we're going to produce the best results, you want to take the woman when she's at her highest drive and put her together with a guy. The other thing about putting her together with a guy at that early age is that all of her desire to experiment, to explore sexuality is yet untapped, is totally untapped. And so she will experiment and explore that sexuality with her husband. The vast majority of marriages today take place after the woman has already experimented and explored all that she wants to, experimented and explored, and has come to the conclusions, yay or nay, for this and that. Again, we have a scenario where if they come together earlier in life and she has yet to explore her sexuality, the man gets to have that with her, the husband. It's far more of a challenge for a guy to complain later in life about a lack of sex. If earlier in life he got it all, she was at her biggest desire, she was in the midst of her interest to explore sexuality and to try things out, and he got to do all that with her. He got to live it. All those memories are in his head. It's harder to later in life say, well, I'm not getting enough now. He got the best of her. The other important element of getting together earlier in life is that she hasn't already ridden that carousel. Yeah, we know, ladies. How much interest does a woman have later in life when genetically her desire is fading into frigorific oblivion. Yeah, that's a word, frigorific. Look it up. I've just taught you another word today. Of or tending to produce ice cold. And she's genetically heading that direction. Another thing that undermines her interest is that in her youth, she had guys that were 8s, 9s, and 10s when it comes to pretty faces. Those are the guys that she experimented with. Those are the guys that she explored sexuality with. Those are the guys that she had all that fun with. And now, later in life, she's often finally peer paired with a guy that's the same level of looks, but is a joke compared to the level of looks that she had earlier in life. So do you think she really wants to have sex with that? Guys, just imagine for a moment. Just imagine. I mean, so women, this woman here that was saying, it's your fault, guys. If you don't make us want to have sex with you, then that's your fault. The reality is, it's your fault, Cupcake. If you wouldn't have gone out and had a bunch of pretty guys early in life, just thrown yourself on your back and thrown your legs open for them earlier in life, the guy that you're with now, at his age now, with his man bod now, that couldn't possibly compare with those guys back at 20 years of age, he wouldn't look so repulsive now. He wouldn't be so off the table now if it hadn't been for you being a whore. So stop being a slut. Ladies, everything that you're going to do in life is going to be by way of a comparison that you cannot help but make. And every guy knows this. If you marry this guy and he's in his 30s and he has some desk job and he hasn't played sports in over a decade and he's eating donuts and totally stressed out and losing his hair and he's got a spare tire growing on him, he knows that he doesn't look as good as the 20 and 21 and 24-year-olds when you were that age that you were bedding down. There were also guys that were 8, 9s, or 10s in how pretty their faces were. So guys, just imagine for a second. Imagine that your sex drive was half what it actually is. And then imagine that you're married to a woman, she's 45, and she looks like your average 45. Not a 45-year-old woman who has it together. She goes to the gym, she eats right. Okay, I'm talking about the broad majority, okay? She looks like the average broad majority 45-year-old, skin sagging, sun marks. She's walking around with a Stanley mug that her flabby arm holds up in the air, okay? Reality, all right? Your sex drive is half what it is, maybe only a third, maybe only a quarter of what it is. Just imagine that it's only a quarter of what it is. And earlier in life, when you were in your 20s, you had women who were 8, 9s, and 10s. 8, 9s, and 10s. Just 8, 9, and 10. 8, 9, and 10. And yeah, they used you like you were a toilet, but you still had them. 8, 9, and 10. 8, 9, and 10. And now you're with Miss 45, real woman, working a job, had to have that mole removed. You really going to want to bang that? So who decides whether the woman is going to get married when she's younger? She does. Who decides that she's going to look for a quality partner and find a quality partner when she's young and in her prime? She does. Who decides whether or not her husband is still going to look good to her when he's 45 and flabby and had to have that mole removed? She does. She can choose not to have sex with the 8 this week and the 10 for a month, 3 months down the road, and the 9, 6 months down the road. She can make the decision that she's not going to compare that future husband with these guys who get all the girls in their primes. That's her fault. She controls it. Because if a guy tries to take the reins away, it's called rape, abduction. Some of the guys out there listening to my voice have probably tried it and have gotten in a lot of trouble for it. It's called rape and abduction and kidnapping, and we just can't do it. Not anymore. We can't do it. You know, gone are the halcyon days of finding a good woman. Gone are the good days. Here's the other thing. For the guys who are, so I just told you, and we're going to be bringing up the great, for the swash through, the great Biospirit of the West in just a moment. I want to see what you all are saying. Tag me, because I understand that some people in the audience right now of what I am saying are not totally happy about what I'm saying. So I want to see what your opinions are. I just talked about how we could remedy this from the jump as a people. We address anti-whiteism, and the total responsibility is on females. And why is the total responsibility for this on females? Because they decide access. The males, if they realize that they have a chance, they will all up their game immediately. This notion about, well, the guys, they're just gamers. They suck because they're gamers. I get it. I concur. I think they're losers. But they're in the basement because they can't get face transplants. They're in the basement because they know that you're banging the guy with the chiseled jaw and you've made yourself a concubine of all of the other, with all the other girls out there to those guys. So these guys, they can't get a face. There ain't no amount of work. There ain't no amount of, well, he's going for it in life. That doesn't matter. We all know it doesn't matter to women until the analogs for pretty face begin to play a role later in life, late 20s, mid 30s. Things like, is he stable? Will he, does he make enough money for me to stay home so I can stop working? Etc. So they're going to stay in that basement. But if they know they got a chance, if they know that they could get picked, they're going to be out there. They're going to be working out. They're going to be making money. They're not going to be gaming. It's all really in the hands of the young girls. And it's in our hands to make sure that they do the right thing for the West. But you say, Jason, what about me? What about me? What do I do now? Maybe you're saying that you're married or you're in a long-term relationship and she has no interest anymore and she's not giving you the love and the interest, sexual in nature that you want. What about you? There are things you can do. Walk. Grow some balls and walk. The reality is that the woman that you are with, if she is losing interest in you sexually, it's because she doesn't find you impressive anymore. It's because you've become humdrum. You are a serf. You are just another servant in her world. She tells you when to jump and you say how high. She's also probably amassed, because women are terrible. They do this horribly. It's a horrible thing that every little slight that has ever happened, they keep with them forever to poison the relationship. It's a strange thing. It's almost like they want the men to leave. Men, on the other hand, we can have a disagreement. It can be really nasty. I've had guys, even in this community, people who are with us now, who I've had deep disagreement and they've been nasty. But they have been willing to say, and in a very mature way, that they were wrong, and we've had a conversation about it, and I bring them right back in. I'm not holding personal grudges for the rest of time. Women do this. So maybe there's no going back. Maybe there's been too many wounds. Maybe there's no way to reignite that flame. And so, guys, if you realize that, and you really need it, then walk. Now, maybe you don't walk because you got kids, and your kids should be more important than you. So maybe the right thing to do in that situation is get yourself a subscription, whatever it needs to be, and you stay in the relationship to rear the kids. Maybe when they hit 18 years of age and you've prepared them to be adults. Now, that's an important aspect of it. Prepared them to be an adult, and you can then walk then. But otherwise, if you haven't had this history of arguments where she has stored every little thing, every little slight to hate you for the rest of time with, and don't let her lie to you, she does. She stores all of those slights. All that time that you were mad, that she got you so mad that you said she was fat or that you said she was whatever, she never forgets it. You are guilty of it for all time. Okay? So if there are too many of those, you got to walk. If there aren't too many of those, then, and she's not giving you the sex that you want, the intimacy that you want, it's because she sees you as pathetic. Why would she want to have sex with somebody who is essentially a servant? Somebody that says how high when she says jump. Why? So what's the remedy to that? Do your own thing. Do your own thing and let her go crazy on the end of a leash. You engage in your old hobbies that the bitch made you give up to serve her. Do you like the racetrack? Start going to the racetrack again. Let her know, I'm going to the track. I'm going to watch the cars race. I'm going to watch the motorcycles race. You are not going out there to shut the door. Go. Do your own thing. Be your own man. And then it will fall one of two ways. Either she will find it totally intolerable, and that will be the end of the relationship. And you need to accept that. You need to be ready to walk. Because that's all the power we have, guys. She's in charge. Socially, economically, and legally. She's got it all. Be prepared to walk. So either she's not going to tolerate you being your own man, doing your own thing, in your own hobbies, being happy, being masculine. Be masculine. Be masculine. And the more she doesn't like that masculinity, the more she complains, be more of it. It's either going to go the 50-50. She's going to end the relationship because you won't be a servant anymore, or she's going to find you impressive again. And the moment she finds you impressive again, she is going to be all kinds of a gymnast. She is going to suddenly be swinging from the trapeze in the bedroom, in the kitchen, in the living room, in the car, in the tent. She is going to break out Cirque du Soleil so hard on you that you're not going to be able to get a breath. You have to be impressive to her. You have to be a man. You have to not need her. And then she will come after you with sexuality like you wouldn't even believe. And when all else fails, you want to be able to simply do this. The title to this video is, My God, What in the Hell Did He Do to Her? If you can finish like this, she will be at your beck and call, ladies and gentlemen. There will be no end to how much that she will want sex and more with you. And with that, a very brief 15 seconds, and we'll be right back with the great Biospirit of the West. Without further ado, I bring forth the one and only Mr. West himself. Good sir, can you hear me? You are muted. There you go.
I am here, sir. How are you?
My God, folks, it is the leader of the OT. He's magnificent. He's glorious. He is here with us today, and he's got some things he's going to be talking about with us. Let's give this man some big salutes and hoorahs and hoorahs. And brother, how are you doing? What do you have on the table for us?
Well, I'm actually doing quite good. Just to share on a personal note, a physical problem that I've been having for years has finally gone away.
Oh,
and I feel like a new person in many ways. I have a lot more energy, and I'm feeling so good. I feel like I'm 10 years younger. It's amazing.
Oh my, that is a blessing. And it could talk about it happening to the right guy. I mean, right in here, service to white. This is the guy. So Prometheus has smiled upon you, my friend. Obviously, you are beyond this challenging period and feeling 10 years. That is awesome. Congratulations.
Well, thank you. And so on that note, we had a person who recently joined the outreach team, and that's the person who goes by the name Anti-Whiteism Ends With You.
Mm-hmm.
And he had an idea that perhaps we could have a type of outreach to the more general folks who are listening in, to draw them into being interested in doing outreach also, and to get them to engage in making memes and coming up with ideas for outreach, and that we could make it into like a contest. So I was thinking from like today until like let's say the first of the year will be the contest period, and anyone who wants to enter a meme or has a great idea for white well-being, please contact me on Twitter. I'm at Biospirit West on Twitter. And you can also use the email address that is at the bottom of each of the podcasts that Jason does. He has the email address for the outreach team there. So those two ways, and then we will have, we'll kind of hone things down, and we'll have a little contest where people can vote on it. And then we will have a wonderful prize of some sort.
I love it. That is a great idea. Absolutely will, I think, get people stimulated and involved and invigorated. Folks, with these, we got to let people know. I mean, there are some things that we do on all of our memes, like we include nowhiteguilt.org because we want to give people a destination to go to as well. Obviously, everything has got to be white positive, right? Do you have any other thoughts on what we should let people know?
Just if you want some inspiration, some of our folks who are the absolute best at doing this are No White Guilt clips. So if you go to see some of the memes that Clips has created, those will be on his Twitter channel. And Homeless Bear is another masterful creator of memes. I'm trying to think what name she goes by on Twitter. Jay Bishop, what is your handle on Twitter? I can't remember now. But she's another one that makes great memes. And so and then the other one recently has been Spartan Lambda on Twitter.
Oh yeah,
just amazing memes have been being created. So those are the folks that you will be competing with. And if you want some ideas of how to do it and what is always included in a No White Guilt meme, as Jason said, you want to put the website on there so you're directing people back to the source. And you're always going to be using lexicon and the dialectic to motivate people towards white well-being. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. And we're hoping that we will inspire more people to join the outreach team and become involved in white well-being.
Yeah, I mean, it's a brilliant, I love the idea. And you reached out to me to let me know that he had come up with this idea. It's a brand new member of the outreach team. And how exciting is that? And then West had some thoughts along with that he shared with me. And I was just like, this is fantastic. I mean, we could get so many people involved, and who knows where these memes will end up reaching. That's the thing that you never know, since you really have skeleton keys here to wake up our brothers and sisters wherever they are. So it's not like some average meme that will end up out in space and maybe do nothing, maybe even worse, it'll harm people by having read it and seen it and repeated anything that's on it. These are actually very powerful things. The concepts that we use here, very powerful. The dialectics you see woven into some of these memes, brilliantly done. You could really reach somebody you don't. So this can be a lot of fun for us. And this is Wes, Wes pointed out, a lot of fun for us, and bring new talent and energize people to the community. Also another positive. And then in the long run, maybe reach, who knows, maybe reach some wealthy people, talented people, connected people that we need to really promulgate the work that we're doing here. The most powerful work that's being done across the totality of the West right now. It's the best kept secret to white well-being, without a question. So yeah, I'm really excited about this, brother. Is there anything else you wanted to add to it, or anything else that you wanted to talk about at all while you're swashing through with us?
Well, I just wanted to say I'm looking forward to a phone conversation that I'm going to be having with For White Wellbeing on Tuesday. We're going to be talking about the Foundation for White Wellbeing. He has some ideas that he'd like to bring to the table as far as promoting the foundation as we go into the holiday season. And that's generally the time in, at least in the United States and North America, where people are more in the giving mood, and they look for charities to make donations to. And so he has some ideas that he wants to go over with me about that. And I will report back to you once we've had that conversation. So looking forward to that. And I don't know. There's not, nothing else that's remarkable and new going on. The outreach team is doing great. That's awesome. Just plugging along every day. I am impressed with the folks on the outreach team. I go into the outreach team Twitter page, and I repost the outreach team members things that they've done for the week, and I'm just constantly impressed with how much time and energy, dedication, motivation that everybody has, that they put in every single week. It's just amazing. Just inspirational posts that they do.
I'm the same way. I mean, I see, and they really need to know. I wish I had more time that I could just be with everybody and thanking everybody constantly. And if they could see how many times that I'd love to give them a high five. I need to do better. I need to find the time to be able to do that. But like you're saying there, the OT and everybody in the OT, and there's so many other solo activists out there, some of them working together in small groups, but I see brilliance, real brilliance, this is like a real and solid, tangible entity now, this community. There's so many people who are massive assets and holding up the totality now. And I see the comments, I see the people posting, and I'm always impressed. Several times a day, like you're saying, I see magnificent work being done. And to know that this is transformative work, that the world is actually changing as a consequence of the work that we're doing, that's really inspirational. So I couldn't be more heartened. And the job you're doing, I couldn't be more pleased and excited about. And the fact that you just are feeling 10 years younger, I'm really excited about that. That is just such great news. I didn't expect that at all. That is such great news, man. I'm so happy for you. And I'm so happy for what it means for what you can do for white well-being. And how exciting. How exciting.
Yeah. Well, I'm the one who's really thrilled about that, let me tell you. So, well, thank you. And I don't really have anything else to add at this point. And I'm making dinner.
All right, brother. Well, y'all have a great dinner. And so happy. We'll keep praying for you that you just maybe you'll feel 20 years younger in the next couple of weeks. Who knows? God bless you, folks. That is the one and only. It's the one and only Biospirit of the West. Let's get him some applause and raucous emojis. Thanks, brother.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Here we go, folks. Into our musical interlude.
A pristine spark of Western spirit, of embers braving rain, a heart of hearts quivering as they smuggle pain. This fire is a thorn to every anti-wise brain. Your love is no weapon, but a place sustained. The frolic of a child is there, not exempt from pain. Biospirit's branch so fair, deserving of a clean, unscathed, undisturbed life. I promise harm's unlaid. The willful depravity of anti-whites defame. A pristine spark of Western spirit, of embers braving rain. This fire is a thorn to every anti-white's brain.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, can we hear the crowd? Yes, we can. Making sure that's running. Dealing with technical difficulties, but it's still, we're making it happen. We're going to have this swashbuckling celebration. What a glorious thing to have West on, and that he's feeling 10 years younger, got by a hard spot in life, and that is amazing. Let's get right into the celebration, the swashbuckling. Let me see your raucous emojis if we could, please. And big raucous emojis. Salutes quadruple 07s for the great Franklinator. Franklinator doing all the hard, doing the yeoman's work, doing the hard work. Time stamping, collecting many of the victories, being over there at Don Jr.'s shows every single time, and speaking back and forth with him, the great Franklinator, and moderating when he still has the time to do so. Troll slaying. Let's give it up for the Franklinator. Big salutes for Franklin. The swashbuckling of doing the timestamps, you can never discount. It is magnificent, truly big swashbuckling work. And he would like to thank for this week Biospirit of the West and Ivan's Horrible for attending the Don Jr. stream with him this week. Big thanks to those gentlemen. That's swashbuckling. Remember, that is the #1 son of Donald Trump. Everything that comes from him will go, everything that goes to and through him will go to his father. That's how it works in the world in almost all cases. We're going to jump right into 2 videos. One I forgot to show last week, and one from this week. Both of them. It is King Dice is in effect, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a listen.
Rufo, who is Conservative Inc.'s favorite critical race theory expert. Now, don't get me wrong. He's done some fantastic work, but I am a critic, a media analyst, not a conservative cheerleader, and it should be pointed out that he still refuses to capitalize the word white and still won't use the word anti-whiteism to describe the systemic anti-white racism that everybody now has been noticing. But that's a whole other story. Go read my book, The War on Conservatives. He broke the story, although he didn't discover the plagiarism.
That's Rufo being the bitch that he is, and King Dice bringing it home last week with anti-whiteism in a big way. Capitalize the W, use anti-whiteism, you anti-white bitch. But it's not done for the great King Dice, ladies and gentlemen. We love King Dice, don't we? Here he's back again this week.
What they want to get upset about. Now, the face of patriotism to them looks like trying to tear down the Capitol in a terrorist attack on January 6, 2021. So the responsibility of saving democracy should be on the largest demographic in this country. That is white men and white women.
Everything wrong in Black Democrats' lives always comes back around to being blamed on us. Speaking of anti-whiteism, Elon Musk is still on the yellow brick road on the path to enlightenment, responding to this now several-year-old story about how the ADL literally tried to change the definition of racism to make it appear as if only white people could be racist by saying the ADL needs to stop their anti-white racism now. Just a small correction, sir. The word is anti-whiteism. Oh. The ADL needs to stop their anti-whiteism now.
Yes. Yes, yes, yes. The great King Dice has spoken, ladies and gentlemen, correcting Musk. A slight correction. It's not anti-white racism. It's anti-whiteism. And besides, also Musk, get rid of that hyphen. It's not anti-white or anti-whiteism. It's anti-white, anti-whiteism. Well done. Give it up for the great King Dice, one of the biggest swashbucklers of all. Let's continue. Let's have a look at those of our swashbucklers who were in the trenches this past week, rocking it out of the park. Here we have one of Western kind, swashbuckling. Make sure you get out your rockets emojis for this hero. Showing big love, ladies and gentlemen, because he was rocking out on Rock Solid this past week. The content creator's name is, and has 11,000 people under Rock Solid seeing what he wrote here. Hundreds of likes. He says, modern gaming sucks because the gaming industry and its standards have been white erased due to anti-whiteism. My God, so true. Big salutes, brother. Give it up for one of Western kind, a magic maker, ladies and gentlemen. We also have, oh my gosh, it's Eric. He's over there on Pauline Hanson down under. We love this guy. I have been voting for One Nation for years, simply because they are the only party willing to call out the growing anti-whiteism in the country. 242 people agreed with that in Pauline Hanson's community. Get it going for Eric. Here we have Anglo-Saxon and WG, another swash. We have an army of swashbuckling gods. And this champion writes here under Benny Johnson, one of those Russia money takers. He writes, who else is sick of living under the anti-white regime? I wonder what the Russian handlers think about working on 4,000 likes from Benny Johnson's audience. You know they don't want Benny talking about anti-whiteism, but Anglo-Saxon NWG is coming in, working on 300 replies he's engendered. Show the love. Show the man some love. Here he is again, this time at Joe Rogan's audience. 219 likes from Joe Rogan's audience, 39 replies and counting that he got from these people. What did he write? Who else is sick of living under this anti-white regime? Can you imagine? This guy, Joe Rogan, would never say that, but his audience will. That's the power of swashbuckling. Cool Papa J Magic over here on History Debunked says anti-racism is just anti-whiteism, and he properly puts it in quotes because it's an anti-white concept. By racism in quotes, they ultimately mean white people existing at all. We should never say anti-racist in quotes. The R word is an anti-white slur. How many people under History Debunked saw this and agreed with it? So far, 200. Think about that. What the great Cool wrote there. 204 replies. And then look down here. We have Golden Honeybee coming in. Thank you for reminding us. And she got 2 thanks right there. That's some teamwork. Big salutes for these heroes. Cool Papa over here under Lotus Eaters. 335 members of their audience. They would never say, but their audience does agree with fascists in quotes is just another one of their anti-white slurs, basically meaning not anti-white enough. Same for terms like racist, in quotes, supremacist, and fill in the blank, phobe, etc. Brilliantly done by the swashbuckling champion and Captain Cool, Papa J Magic. He doesn't stop there, though. When he decides he's going to go swash, he swashes like it's the end of the world. Over here on Lotus Eaters, 206 likes to the comment, how the state deals with white people who are not anti-white enough. In response to the comment there, how the state deals with dissidents. Brilliantly written, brilliant. You've taken what they wrote and you've brilliantly turned it to work for the well-being of our people. That is how we all have to operate. Follow Cool Papa J Magic for inspiration. And here on Matt Walsh, he comes at him twice. Yes, the penny case is more proof, as if we needed it, that this is about our right to self-defense, not just the guns themselves. As a white man, you could defend yourself and others with a toaster or a rubber band and still be persecuted for it. Splendidly, brilliantly written by Cool. 300 members of Matt Walsh's audience on that one. 8 replies giving it a like. We come down here. He wrote, why won't Matt just admit that this is anti-whiteism? Already 57 people down the list of comments on his comment. 14 replies. Yep, it's a question that Matt will never answer, because we know his boss, Little Benny, told him not to use it anymore. Here we have Hans the Skipper swashing through on Dane's Twitter X account. He writes, another horrific hush crime we never knew about because it contradicted the anti-white narrative. Hush crime, anti-white narrative. Why the story wasn't brought to us, all put together brilliantly by Hans. How many people saw it under Dane's comment there? Almost 90 freaking thousand people saw the perfect use of hush crime, anti-white narrative. Hundreds and hundreds of likes. What is that? Almost 1,000 likes and retweets. Give it up for Hans. Brilliantly done, brother. Here he is again, this time under Sky News 24. How many people under Sky News saw it? 30,000 people. almost 30,000 people, scores and scores of likes and retweets. What did they see and read and retweet from Hans the Skipper? This. The white nuclear family is the ideal that ensures the continuation of Western kind, the name of our people, folks. Not everyone can achieve the ideal, but there is only one ideal. Those promoting other lifestyles to white people are anti-whites who want a future without beautiful white babies. Colossal quadruple success, crowns and gems for the Hans, the Skipper. How about IRL, folks? We are everywhere in the world. John G. He's back at it, ladies and gentlemen, with that perfect handwriting. Kamala is anti-white, nowhiteguilt.org. I could not write perfect handwriting like that if I was perfectly suspended above a piece of paper, able to just have all of the time I needed, and yet he is somehow on the back of the car, perfectly done. Kamala is anti-white. Give it up for John. Think about how many thousands of people are seeing John G's magnificent work. Here he is, swashing more. Look at this, amazing. He's here, he's there. Anti-white is not all right. nowhiteguilt.org. Look at this. Imagine coming across this. The reporters, this is not going to be handled like it's okay to be white or white lives matter too. This is, how are you going to say anti-white is not all right? Brilliantly done. You have the website to get more. That's John G, ladies and gentlemen. Show the man some love with some crowns and some gems. He ain't done, though. He's showing up all over town, and he can't even get a picture of all of his magnificent work. It's glorious. It's beautiful. It's changing the lives of people who are seeing it. Continue the 07s for John G. Raucous emojis. Raucous emojis. We took a look at that. Here we have a huge and enormous victory of the OT, ladies and gentlemen. Michael O'Keefe, 200,000+, I think, followers. The OT has been working to get this guy very popular, to use the lexicon, and success has arrived. If you want to see how white erasure works in real time, come to Ireland. It's difficult to ignore. Give it up for the OT. When the OT puts its mind to something, it happens, okay? It happens. This is a success of the OT, a success of Western kind, of white well-being. It is indeed the recapture of our destiny. Malone LeVay, you know this man. He's a man of many names as the audience takes a breath. He's over on Pauline Hanson's account. Voted One Nation for a better future for our children. One with no anti-whiteism. 51 ordinary brothers and sisters out there, white people, saw that comment and said yes. Imagine that. Using anti-whiteism. Homeless bear over here. What is the outcome of the great replacement, in quotes, as it relates to the people being targeted by it? White erasure. He wrote that under Aaron McIntyre and got 13,000 views, hundreds of likes and retweets. Give it up for the homeless bear swashbuckler. Well done, champion. And here we have, I think this is a random, unless somebody can tell me. This is over on the quartering, and Franklin brought this random to my attention. Right down here. Years of anti-whiteism, and nobody says a word. Oh my God. Oh my God. Working class people and the money that they can give and the charity of our time and our genius put to the grindstone, our shoulders into it, ladies and gentlemen, and the world speaks with a language that empowers them. Give it up for all of our swashbuckling champions. What an epic victory we have here. And the white bear, and he's here 3 times in this swashbuckling over on Pauline Hanson, this time with nearly 100 likes of normal people, ordinary folks in our once great country of Australia. He says, One Nation have got my vote because they actually care about the founding stock of the country, calling themselves founding stock It's genius. This guy is playing a role in the liberation of our brothers and sisters down under. We love him for it. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Another swashbuckling week. Only a fraction of the victories because we can't get to them all, but we'll be right back. Wow, happy Halloween. Happy Halloween, ladies and gentlemen. I see over here on the Twitter live, Shannon Oliver is there. Amen, brother Swash. She writes, good to see you. Great to see you. Right? Daughter of Eva's over there, and she's celebrating Biospirit of the West, as we all should. Thank the good Lord that the great Biospirit of the West is feeling better, 10 years younger. I love it. That was the best news I could have heard all month. That was really great. Great to hear it. We're going to be here for a little while longer. There are we have a very cozy audience. And so I don't know how much we're going to get through this, though. If you have something to say, tag me as No White Guilt, and I will jump right on it. We have the thaumatological mailbag I want to get to first. The thaumatological mailbag. And in the mailbag, I found some really wonderful things. First of all, I found from Reason for Being. I want to celebrate Reason for Being. He reached out and he said, hey, I can get you. You were talking about the Discovery Channel and the shows that they had done back in the day. And one of the shows that they had done being Ice Age Columbus, who were the first Americans. And they brought in the professor, Stanford, and spoke with him. They talked all about the Solutrean solution. And there were many videos that came. He sent me a ton. He sent me a bunch of these from the series, Prehistoric America, Before the Dinosaurs as well. Thank you so much, brother. I really appreciate this, especially the top one, because they'll probably never show that again. I can't imagine them ever legitimizing the that information that Dr. Stanford brought forward, and because it's just easier to white erase it all and just keep the narrative going. We have seen that they reverted to, well, the Asians found America, and after they had pivoted to, it doesn't matter who found America, when all the information was coming out that white people had come to the Americas first. So whether that's true or not, I don't know. The ear's against the door. But thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Big thank you to Reason for Being. We also had mail from Anonymous. Anonymous has reached out again in the mail. God bless you. Let's get some raucous emojis for this lady. Big time. Let's salute 07s. Get her some tiaras, some gold or gems to rain down on her. We have this lovely little card that she sent. Very lovely. It's got little butterflies on the card. And she has this beautiful cursive that she writes. And she says, hello, Jason. Thank you for standing for white well-being. I will be glad when this election is over, says Anonymous. And with it, she sends $100 for white well-being. God bless you. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate it. It's very meaningful. And always good to find something in the mailbag, but especially when it's meaningful. And I thank you very, very much for that. Written with it takes skill to have such nice. We have a lot of people with very nice cursive or very nice handwriting, print. I love it. We've had some not so great. We've had some not so great. So, I'm only going to say it's nice if it is. Others, I won't say it's horrid for some. I'll just say it's less than great. Some have been less than great. It's kind of like me when I'm hurrying. I have two completely different, maybe you do as well. I'm like, when I'm hurrying and it looks like Helen Keller, after being kicked in the head by a mule, is trying to like, and then I have this really, like, I just trained myself to do a really fancy script that I do when I'm trying to be fun. But that's the mailbag. Thank you so much. $100 for White Will. But she's committed, isn't she? She's like, not dealing with any more of this BS. I'm done with the anti-whiteism. We need to end it. And this addresses it, arrests it, it ends it. It's working for people. Let's push this. Let's make it happen. And that's the kind of commitment we need. Well done. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Anonymous. We also have, let's see, some regular announcements. Just two. We'll get on to the Go Free lesson of the day. We have, I was on Irish Spaces a couple of days ago. I was with Gabon and Gerard and several lovely ladies that chimed in on the Twitter space as well. I think they're supposed to be like an hour. I think we ended up going like 2 hours. I was beautifully loquacious, and it was a great conversation. And you had a lot of people that were just hungry in Ireland. They want to change things. That's what I really liked. I can't think of a time where I showed up at for an interview where the people have seemed, and maybe this was just the impression, maybe the hosts were doing a great job sort of vetting, but really gave the impression that these were people who were like, we're trying to build something. We are trying to recapture our destiny, and really meaning it. Like, they didn't show up and say, we are here to slander Jews. Oh, what? You're not just slandering all Jews? We're here to slander Arabs. What? You're not slandering? Well, screw you. And those people showed up and they're like, we've got to end this. Ireland is going to the dogs. And so then I said, this is how we succeed. And they were good students, demonstrating that they had a genuine, a true, a loving objective for their beloved Ireland. And I will be so happy if these champions can step up and knock it out of the park for Ireland. Let's have Ireland reclaim its destiny from anti-whiteism, calling it anti-whiteism. Let's have Ireland be the first place that happens. Maybe it will be. Maybe it's going to take, some of our toughest and brash and angry and some bravado. Maybe it's going to. Let's have it be Ireland, and then we can all look to Ireland and say, you can have your destiny again. Call out the demon for what it is, anti-whiteism. Fight for love rather than the warts against the warts of other peoples. And I had a really great conversation. I encourage you to check it out. You can find it on their Twitter, but of course on mine. Just scroll down until you find it. Check it out. I also wanted to say, Pearl Davis we should give Pearl Davis some love. The past couple of days, she's been talking about she loves being white, and why can't white people be proud like non-white people are proud? Let's show her some love and recommend yours truly. I tweeted at her, and here's the thing, folks. I know we don't have thousands and thousands and thousands of people because I'm not giving you what you want unless you know you want it. I'm giving you what you need. I'm giving you what's hard because it will make you better. I'm not just here to entertain you. So we don't have thousands watching. In fact, we don't even have 100. So I get it. And I'm not like browbeating you over this. But if I tweet at a big content creator, like I did at Pearl yesterday, and I say, hey, why is it that non-whites are allowed to be proud, but white people are not? And I say, hey, I've been doing this for decades. Continental success. Would love to have a talk. If I get 5 retweets and 5 hearts, she's going to just ignore it. I mean, why is it that somebody like Lil Nicky gets interviews with everybody? There is some behind the scenes stuff as well. He has There is a network of guys who are attracted to guys that work with him, as well as a network of Catholics. And I have a strong suspicion of anti-whites who are working for anti-white outcomes, because they want him and those like him to continue to be like the face of resistance period. And they want that resistance centered. They want that resistance centering them in the story. We'll put it that way. We'll just leave it like that. So a certain group of people who are anti-white doing that. But the other way that this happens is because when he speaks to some other content creator, every one of the Fuentesians gives it a like, gives it a retweet, gives it a comment. And then even when they're all anti-Jews, even when they're soy goys, and they're being shadow banned for that, but nothing like the shadow banning that we obviously get, but being downgraded, or at least ostensibly downgraded. And it was the case on like old Twitter that they were being downgraded, maybe not now. That created algorithmic weight, and these content creators, they saw, when some guy shows up and he's made a comment, and there are, and again, I know there aren't tens of thousands of us, but there are thousands of likes and thousands of retweets and hundreds of comments, it's going to get their attention. When a content creator like myself tweets at someone and it's like 3 likes and 3 retweets and no comments. So I don't know that she would ever talk to me about anti-whiteism, what's going on in the world. Why is it non-white people are allowed to be proud and white people aren't? She'd get the truth from me. She'd get the accurate information about how to move forward and interpret the world moving forward. But having said that, we can do a little bit more to encourage, politely encourage. It's like I said on the Irish Spaces. I told those people, I was like, look, I'm not trying to cut you down for the way that you're doing things. I'm telling you the way that we do things and that we have success. And I strongly encourage these things. Check it out. And you'll end up, I can guarantee, seeing the successes too. And I love that these people were adults and not children, and complaining and name calling and all of that sort of business. Who was it? Plato that said what slander is the tool of the loser, because they don't have an argument for the debate. And so many, isn't that all we face? I mean, I don't know who it was. Maybe it was one of Western kind. Somebody out there I saw even being called a Jew. So they don't have any arguments, just slanders. Tag me as No White Guilt. I'm going to take a look at the financial gifts and go free lesson of the day. The very first one we're going to be celebrating right now is from last Sunday. My fault. I missed it. Dude bro moment. Dude bro moment last Sunday. I missed it. $50. Rain. Make it rain. Love. Make it rain hearts. Make it rain white and red hearts on dude. Make it rain pumpkins. It's Halloween, for God's sake. Ghouls. Pumpkins. Scarecrows. Whatever else. Ghosts. Make it rain for dude bro moment. $50 last week. And also $50 this week. Making $100 a past 2 weeks. For the great dude, the great bro, the great moment, a champion non-Perel. $50 today, $50 last week. And he writes with both of those financial gifts for white well-being. This is the revolution of the working class, which is indeed the best class there is in the West. God bless you, dude bro moment. $50. Over here, we also have TJ. $20. Get out the celebration for the TJ. Financially gifting $20 today. God bless him. $20 financial gift. 07. Blessings for everyone working for Western Kind's well-being. all over the world. So he passes Promethean blessings the world over. That's how great this guy is. He's working, financially gifting, and passing Promethean blessings to everyone across the earth. God bless you, TJ. We love it. Over here now, we have, let's see, we're blank on Subscribe Star. Didn't miss anybody. And we have over here today, we have on Cash App, we have Yes, the Unifier, $5 financial gift. God bless you, sister. And she writes, the great Yes, for weekly folk tithe and for white well-being. God bless you. 6 p.m. tomorrow, she is live, and on Thursday, and she does other shows throughout the week. Please follow her on the numerous platforms that she's on. You're missing out. You're missing out. But if anything else, you don't have time. You're very busy. You have like 32 children. Okay, I get it. Still follow her. Too many people in the world today just see how many followers, how many people are live, and then they determine value that way. And they do that because they either have a micro penis or they are built like a pear. So you want to make sure those people know that Yiz's channel and her work is the place to be. Let's make sure she stays in business. God bless you, Yiz. Thank you so much. Swiveling around over here to Otto C. And we've got $5 financial gift. Thank you so much. Land of the Fake. Land of the Fake. Home of the Gay. Thank you, brother. He says, you have some of the best effective white positive talking points on any of these, or I guess of any of these other streamers. That's got to be from a couple days ago. In fact, it is. I couldn't see. It was too faint, but I still thank you for that. The whiting was too faint for me to see it quite clearly. And I thought, he said that before. And so I squinted a little and I saw, yes, indeed. But still, thank you. That's over there on Odyssey. That was from Wednesday. God bless you. Blank over on D Live. And looks like a blank on Premium Rumble. Good to see everybody. Over here, back to Entropy. We have Spartan. Spartan, $10 financial gift. Thank you, Spartan. A shout out to the Blue Flame. He is a gentleman, a scholar, and a dedicated advocate for white well-being. He regularly hosts white positive spaces on X. There you have it, folks. Find the Blue Flame, follow, click the bell so that you can participate in these Twitter spaces. You want to make your voice heard. You want to talk about these things. Thank you so much for that, Spartan. $10 financial gift and for alerting people to these conversations. It's a great place to sharpen your skills at going free and your understanding of the dialogic in toto, and a great place for you to welcome new people who are coming in. And some of them are going to say dumb things, and you're going to say smart things. And you're going to be friendly about it. You're going to be friendly. You're going to be personable because you're also attractive as well as relatable. And that's what the word really means. And you're going to bring people in, introducing them this way. Well done. Thank you to the both of you. We have, let's see over here, Brian, financially gifting $10 on Entropy. $10 financial gift. He says, I agree with you about white women leading the white race. I have wondered if they, and you know what, let me just point out something. There are probably over 10 white female content creators who have big audiences, very large, and have said to others in private that they find me to be offensive. What is it offensive? And they're in these spheres. What is it that is offensive about me? It's that I am not submissive to women. So these women, and this is the coup of the leadership of the white race by women. As I said, controlling economically and legally and socially and sexually, right? That's like the four big. And now with the internet moving, and this is a slow moving but very visible coup for the leadership of the white race. And they find a masculine white male to be immensely offensive. And so they don't want to talk. They take great umbrage to me. I mean, there was one of them, one of the first ones. She told way too much to some people that she shouldn't have talked to if she wanted to keep the things secret. But all of these women have all demonstrated that they find the masculinity and the domination to be offensive to and objectionable to what is clearly their goal, and that is to be a thought leader for the white race. And they'll happily sort of balance it out with emasculated guys as long as they're bolstering them up. Women always do that. But I mean, matriarchies don't survive in nature. They do not survive in nature. So what will happen is if white females are able to continue, and with this coup, they literally take over the thought, content creation, and leadership of the white race, then a patriarchy of another race will finish us off. That's what will happen. Matriarchies never came down to us because they fail in the face of patriarchy. End of conversation. There are no examples of matriarchy because they don't work in nature. End of conversation. One of these days, I'll give you their names and the things that they've said. Brian writes on, though. He says, I have wondered if they see themselves caught in the very center of global racial peacekeepers, minding the middle between multiculturalism, we use multiracialism, but and World War III. Quote, only they can keep us all from getting hurt, close quote. Speaking of the good white women, of course, thanks. And so thoughts and thanks. Great question. There's no doubt that there are going to be white women out there who believe that their voice will staunch more wounds and prevent more injury. That doesn't make them right. And it doesn't make them tolerable either. So there comes a time when when the hysterical woman demanding that we placate and give more has to be slapped in the face, metaphorically, and men just have to assume the rightful role of leader. And that time is now. In one way or another, that time is now, or it's over. So there are going to be some, though, that, yes, think that they're doing the right thing, even though it's objectively wrong. That doesn't mean that, we handle them any more delicately. There's a job that has to be done. Whether she honestly thinks that more placation, more appeasement, more female control over leadership is the right thing, or she cynically makes those claims because she just wants to be enthroned and empowered, as is the case with, how are you going to have a female content creator and that not be the case for her? Really? Thank you for the question, though, brother. Some guy financially gives $5. Thank you, some guy. He says, having some steaks and some roasted bone marrow for dinner tonight with no idea. That's a king's meal, my friend. Well done. Thank you so much. And we have Dandy Westman is in the house, looking dandy as ever. $5 financial gift. God bless you, brother. Just finished a delicious carnivore meal. Bacon, eggs, and steak with no... Boy, we're rearing up some real heroes, aren't we? All around us, we're seeing all these like emaciated soy bitches. But men of the West, we're going to like bust through the saloon doors. They'll fly off their hinges. We're going to come in. And then when we're finished, we're going to be like that kangaroo. We're going to be like, yeah. Like a recumbent nude from Rome. Finished her off. Yes, indeed. Well done. Thank you, Dandy. That's cool. All right. If you have a comment or a question with the time that we're left together, tag me as No White Guilt. I'd like to see it. Also, financial gift. I see aliens exist over there dominating Premium Rumble. I will always remember you for that, my brother. Thank you. He's over there. He's just taking over. He's like, this is my house. Whose house? My house. I love it. Great to see you. Some other folks over there, Nationless Nationalists. Thanks, Jason, for warning us about the DOJ order. Caring about people's lives is what this show is all about. Yes, indeed. It really is. And yeah, I mean, can you imagine that we're actually warning people, keeping them out of jail instead of sending them to jail, ruining their lives, and then just prancing around with this fake injury and this indignation about how unfair it is. I'm sure that makes their life. I'm sure when they're pinned down, getting railed in prison, and getting diseases, STDs, I'm sure it makes them feel a lot better that you're outside the prison saying, it's not fair. The damn dues. Yeah, I'm sure they feel much better when they have to take their cocktail of medications just to be healthy and to live, when they don't get to see their kids. I'm sure they feel much better. No, we are the community doing the right thing. And I am your Pope. I am your Emperor, Pope, and leader. And you're welcome. All right, I'm going to keep my eyes open. We're going to get into, let me look at the great YouTube chat. I will jump up to as far back as I can see. And for those who tagged me, I understand that some people were disagreeing or not quite happy with my comments on should men have to fight for women they don't know in society, and should wives have to have sex with their husbands. So we'll see. I'll go back through. If you had something I missed, please tag me and I will have a look. Manuel says the woman question is more important than the JQ. There is no, the JQ is how you go to hell. All right. If you haven't noticed it, and that would imply that women are the problem. Women are not the problem. Anti-whiteism is the problem. Anti-whites are the problem. That's the problem. We address ourselves. We center white people. We are white Westman centered. And we address anti-whiteism and we recapture our destiny. That's how we end our victimization. We've proven it. We are the only people that stop anti-whites in their tracks. Stop them in their tracks. There are anti-white Jews. There are anti-white women. There are anti-white white guys. You see, they're everywhere. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. Anti-whiteism is the problem. Real Vincent says Twitter stopped being called Twitter 2.5 years ago for sake. Maybe you weren't present when we talked about the fact that Twitter continues to censor. So we're not going to call it X until it stops shadow banning us. even shadow banning my advertisements that I pay for. So when they stop acting like Twitter, I'll call them X. But until they do, they're still Twitter. I know that they have a much more liberal approach to anti-Jew soy goys, and they allow them to talk and promote what they do massively. But that's because that is their corral for the feds to get all their names and information. That's the deal that Elon Musk made. All right. We see the heroes are here. The great Brand Danger, Ivan, Corey, Masumik, Cindy Bin is here. Kingdom of Inland, Alice is here. Brian is here. Great to see so many heroes. JK160 is here. Hyperborean Dream. Azumut Clark is here, true champion. Really, I see Manuel saying fascism is based. Manuel. You know what I feel like the energy coming there is, and this is not a personal thing, it's to improve you. Over the years, a long time ago starting, but over the years I really discovered that a lot of the ant-nats, anti-Jew types, whether they were Mussolini fascist types or Hitler Nazi types or whatever, they were all really insecure. They were all extremely insecure people because all it took from an anti-white was to laugh at them. And I tried to talk to these guys. I tried to talk to them. I was like, who cares? When they laugh, it's because they're losing. When they laugh, it's they're losers. Who cares? But all it took, like for them, was for an anti-white to say, there's no such thing as anti-whiteism. And they were like crushed. They would be crushed by that instead of ramming it down these people's throats. Of course there is, and you are an anti-white, POS. No, they couldn't do that. They were literally crushed. So what these really insecure people do then, I saw it firsthand, is they put on this ferocious facade that they hope will keep people, the anti-whites away. They put on this really ferocious, oh, I'm this big fascist Nazi cloud clapping, you know, and they hope then that will be scary. It's apropos for Halloween to have this talk about this, putting on these costumes, but they really are insecure people at root because they just simply cannot take an anti-whites and you can see it on them too. And if you have seen this yourself, when we're talking about ant-nats, whether the fascist claimers or Nazi claimers or whatever they are. And sometimes it's also true of the hardcore patriots, and especially like the ethno-nationalists. You'll see this too. That the moment the anti-white goes, ah, ha, 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 they just melt. They melt. So no wonder they want to put on this fearsome facade to protect their weak egos and their little micro dicks. That too. But it really isn't. It really is people who lack any confidence whatsoever. So let's see. Who else do we have? Alice is here. You know, for a guy who doesn't capitulate to female domination, who is far more likely to take his belt off, is a lot of girls around, a lot of women around here, these parts. It's kind of the opposite, you would think, when you go out into the rest of the world where the women they're all like confused. They're like, I should be in charge of all things, you know, and you're just like, what? And the men should be submissive. They should be obsequious. You're like, really? Is that what you want? No, not really. Not really. Anglo-Saxon and WG is here. Samuski says the White Wellbeing Church is just so much fun. It is fun. The great Slaughtz is here. And he's trying to help, is that Burhane, to tag me properly if there are comments. Yes, tag me if you have any comments. Thank you for that. I see these Anglo-Saxon, Cool Papa J Magic, J Bishop, almost every day with gems left in the comments of King Dice and other YouTubers. They never fail to drop the lexicon epically, says Shamuski. One among them, too, a great swashbuckler. Great to see you. Good brother. Okay, so we got more. We got more comments or questions. Muffiels is here, says Happy Halloween. Let's see. Let's see if I can find. No. Slaughtz addressing this person says, Nick is white negative, probably talking about Lil Nicky. You can promote him somewhere else. And whoever asked Manuel and initiated this conversation, avoid asking these questions in the future. Yeah, don't, you are not allowed to come in and promote as you're a little Fuentesian, micro dick. And you're not allowed to come in here and promote Nicky Fuentes. He is an anti-Jew. And just like you all witnessed firsthand when you were worshiping the black nationalist, you and little Nicky worshiping the black nationalist who beds down white women, that he suffered what we ended up calling Ye's Law. All your lives are ruined or kept in secret. So it's a pathway to ruination for you. Nothing will come of it. Nicky will get more and more popular and wealthy, and he'll be lauded at your expense, but nothing good will come to you. Nothing good will come to America. Nothing good will come to our people's well-being. Facts, bro. Facts. Skibbity. Facts. So happy to debate that anytime. I have the weight of all of history on my side. All of it on my side. So happy to talk about that anytime. But you're also welcome to come away from being a micro-penis Fuentesian and decide to be a hero in your own world, in your own life. You're welcome to do that, but I doubt you will, because you're really drawn to him. You're really drawn to him because you're looking for a scapegoat, and your scapegoat are Jewish people. And you like that Fuentes prosecutes the case against all Jewish people better than you can, probably because you're a midwit or a midgetwit. That's what it's all about. I mean, we've got you twinks figured out. So yeah, you don't come into a real man's chat promoting a twink lord and think you're not going to be met with derision. Okay. We've got a video. It's a great video where Fuentes is Lil Nicky is making fun of me for pushing these concepts. And then it's paired right with me talking about Donald Trump's going to use this. We got Don Jr. and Donald Trump uses it. So what has Lil Nicky done for you? Nothing. Winger Productions, yeah, but they have 3/4 the money and all the, I don't know what you're talking about. Women? They have 3/4 of the money. And so when I was talking about walking away, I mean, you got to weigh where you are in life, where you're willing to be. Is sex important enough to walk away with what you can and being your own man away from that? Or is sex not as important? And if it's not, then work on means of ignoring it and living without it. There's the great Ivan. Let's see. The screen froze for me, but I've freed it up again. So let's see what we have. Mansumik is here. She says, I mailed you something yesterday. It should be coming within days. This coming week. Thank you, Masumik. I'll be keeping an eye out for it. Red Dog is here. Jay Bishop says, I noticed that no one interrupted you, and the co-host was lost for words at how blown away he was at what you articulated. Even Gabon was blown away. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. It was a great conversation, and they were honest people, and that I really respect. Honest people they were just in the mode of, let me take this in. There's a lot here. It's a very different way of looking at the world. And it was fantastic. It was a great conversation. Spartan says, Gabon, the host, is using the lexicon. Big flex. Let's get him some 07s in the chat. Yes, using the lexicon already. That is awesome. Ordered Go Free during the interview, said he'd never done that kind of thing before. It was really epic. Al Hengel says there's ancient white genes in America, whether they came across the Atlantic with the Solutreans or across, what is that? I have to look that up. I think the evidence as far as coming across the ice sheet makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense to me. And the evidence of their presence in the this hemisphere, the totality of the United States as well, I think is clear for me. The appearance of American Indians, how they look the way they do, even though they came from very different looking stock. So all of that for me is evidence. I sent you a tool to download Twitter Spaces in DMs in case you want to upload it. Oh, I do. That's fantastic. Thank you. I had my interview last week, and then on Twitter Space, and then this week, and I don't have a way to download them. So great minds think alike. The great Slaughtz. Thank you, brother. Southern Bloom is with us. Hello, hello, and welcome. Okay, what other tags do we have for yours truly? Usually I'm listening on mobile with earbuds. My phone is in the shop for repair, so today today's gathering is loudly broadcasted on the flat screen in my living room. That's awesome. I'm in your house, brother. Let's take over the world. That's awesome. Mrs. Jess Horst, she used to send the picture of me on the big flat screen in her house. Her kids are all, like the whole baseball team is all watching. Totally awesome. Spud Ruckus is here. Thomas Massey followed me and likes a few reposts under his tweets. I'm waiting for the perfect tweet of his to lay some white well-being dialectic in the replies. Brilliantly done. That is fantastic. We're all going to have like a perfect place where we can fit in and do maximum good for white well-being. And that's, see, I could not be in that position. Spud is going to rock it. Well done. Thank you for that. Based White is with us. Are you doing a Twitter space today? No, brother, I'm not. We haven't done Twitter spaces in a few weeks now. I mean, it just got down to, there'd be like 3 people in it. And so, but if you have tag me if you've got something you want to say tonight before we get out of here. I definitely want to see what you have to say, and I can bring you on as a guest or swash through on Sunday, or a guest on a Wednesday as well. So keep that in mind as well. Alejandro, Kanye displayed his instability and insanity many years ago. No one with any sense and integrity should have gone anywhere near him for anything, let alone white well-being. Well said. And then we talked about, just like we did with Scott Adams, I was 100% right about Adams. I was 100% right about Kanye West the entire time. Everything I was saying was exact. And then it all ended when the divorce was finalized, just like I said it would. It was beautiful. And then he came out and apologized, just like I said he would. And Lil Nicky, his concern's not for white people and you and me. His concern is for him. And so when he had an opportunity, by the way, through the homosexual network, to meet up with Kanye, that's how he got in contact with him. Once he had that opportunity, he took it to popularize himself. Just like he went ahead and was an injury to Donald Trump by showing up at that dinner. He should have absolutely turned and walked away. He's the kind of guy that would give you an STD. Right? He wouldn't say, you know what, we can't do this because you're going to catch something. No, he would just do it. He would just do it. So, yeah. Clearly, you're right, Alejandro. Clearly, the guy is unstable, nuts, actually nuts. Lil Nicky telling his whole audience, they all started changing their avatars to Kanye West, the Fuentesians. What a joke that was. What a bunch of pathetic losers. The Twink Army. And this guy's bedding down the white women while they're fiddling with their micros and playing video games. Losers. All right. Manuel says, so you don't like Fuentes because he's too focused on the Jews, but you also hate people like Joel Davis who dislike all POCs, non-white people. So what's the real issue? How is that they're both the same. What do you see as the difference? They both are centering other groups of man. They both are talking about the warts of other groups of man. That position is a selfishly individualistic position. It appeals to people who are motivated by selfish individualism, an individual without a people, a rootless race, a deracinated race of people. And that's one of the ways to gain a quick audience, is to, it's like saying, I have the methods and the bug spray to get rid of the hornet's nest that's on your porch, but not your neighbor's. And it appeals to you. You're like, I'm going to take care of it. I could end up being harmed by this, or I am harmed because this particular group, I believe, have deprived me of the dignity of being a white guy in Western civilization. They're responsible for it. They're the reason why I have no dignity. So in this case, it might be the Jews are responsible for me not having dignity. And so I hate them. And if you don't say nasty things about them, then I will hate you too. Well, I don't say nasty things about them on the basis of their birth, or nasty things about black people on the basis of their birth, because I care about and love my people. I'm focused on my people and ending our victimization. In the arguments about blacks or Jews or whatever, ending our victimization is somewhere down the line that these people can't explain how you get to the point, oh, you get rid of blacks. How do you end our victimization? How does that? Well, don't really know. There's some God of the gaps there. Get rid of Jews. How does that end the victimization? Don't really know. I'll make some outrageous claims of God of the gaps. It just evaporates when they go, okay, and then how do we get to the point of getting rid of Jews or blacks as a people on the basis of their birth? Well, I don't know how to do that either. It's really just wish listing. So there's no like comparison for which group is that. Now, which group is actually serving the well-being of white people. So the question you have to ask yourself, Manuel, are you white, by the way? The question you have to ask yourself is, do you want to end the victimization of white people? Or do you want to complain about Jews or blacks? You're not going to do, I can promise you right now, just like Henry Ford and in a perfect America couldn't injure them, you won't be able to either. Just like Kanye West with billions of dollars couldn't injure them, you won't be able to either. So I can tell you, you'll have zero success injuring Jews or injuring blacks. But if you want to like badmouth them because it makes you feel good, I mean, maybe you can't play basketball because you're too short relative to the blacks at your school. And they just kick the ever-living shit out of you at basketball. And so you're like, fuck them. I don't know what it is. Whatever it is. If you just want to badmouth those people, then a community focused on the well-being of white people isn't for you. If you want to end the victimization of white people, then this is the community for you. We don't focus on Jews. We're not going to orbit them. We're not going to orbit black people. We're not going to orbit Arab people as a bunch of individualists, selfish individualists. We're going to talk about ourselves. We're going to talk about ending our victimization. We're going to put our foot down in a moral way against all those and all policies and all ideas that harm us on the basis of those ideas. You know, I said something a couple of weeks ago, and I think it flew over a lot of people's heads. When you object to a behavior and an idea, anti-whiteism, and the thing that anti-whites do and think, when you object to that, there are no people, because these things are ideas and acts, that all of the rest of humanity can identify with as being injured. So people don't rally to the defense of that. When you pick a people instead, and it's inaccurate also, but when you pick a people instead and you say these people have to go, every member of the rest of humanity can identify with the victimization of those human beings. So, I mean, to say that being anti-Jew or anti-black or whatever is a path to the well-being of white people is such deep asininity that it boggles my extremely high IQ mind that people can be so mid-witted they can think that. It really does. And that is on top of how do you come to this conclusion with all of the failure. I mean, your dad failed, your grandfather, your great-great-grandfather, your great-great-great-grandfather, your great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, your great-great, they've all failed with this approach. I mean, so yeah, there isn't a, what was that saying? Not a hair's bit of difference between a Republican and Democrat, or there isn't a hair bit of difference between a Joel Davis and a Nikki Fuentes. They both are centering non-white people. They both orbit and shadow haunt non-white people, bitch about and complain about non-white people on the basis of their birth, and thereby make a selfishly individualistic appeal that is alluring to selfish individuals in the population, which is our disease. That selfish individualism is what gives birth to anti-whiteism. It first appears in bigotry and persecution and exploitation of our ethnicities among ourselves. And then, for the enrichment of the individual, the empowerment of the individual, incorporates non-white people, who then also, a percentage of them become anti-white as well. Because look at all these dumb white people who are individuals, selfish individualists out there, always just thinking about themselves. So I can make big promises to you. You'll never have a victory through Lil Nicky or Joel Davis. You will suffer, though. You will suffer. You tell people about, you go tell people at your job about this, tell your boss, tell your manager, tell your friends, tell your neighbors, and you will suffer. So I can make promises. Thanks for the question. Are you white? My question back to you. What is the stance of no white guilt on Israel or Jews? Question mark. You probably meant out of curiosity, asks Alice. Great question for those folks who are new and they don't know. Jews are not white. They are another group of man. Some people refer to them as a race. Other people refer to them as a tribe. Other people will say they're people, okay? Sometimes they practice Judaism. Sometimes they're atheists. Sometimes they're Christians. Sometimes they're Mormons. A lot of them are Catholics. They're people, though. And they, of course, some of them have a country called Israel. And they're Israelis over there. They call themselves Israelis, if you don't know. Where there's a problem with me is if any of them are anti-white. So if they are anti-my people, if in thought or in deed, and then it's those thoughts or deeds that I have a problem with, not the chance of their birth. So they pop out between Jewish legs. I don't really care. I don't want to know their language. I'm not going to speak in, I'm not going to refer to myself by the words that they've given us. I don't live in their story. They live in mine. They are out there as another people. And as long as they're not anti-white, or any individual is not anti-white, then I don't care. If they want to be white positive, awesome. Awesome. You want the West to remain white because white people are the West? Awesome. I love that. Welcome it. All non-white people. We have non-white people here in service to white well-being, and I welcome more. Everybody can object to the victimization of my people on the basis of our birth, on the white erasure of our creations from our civilization. So that's pretty much it. You might be asking a broader question about the usurpation of our foreign aid by the Israel lobby. Obviously, if I were emperor, that would end. I mean, come on. So everything, all the relationships would have to be reevaluated, but it's obviously not in the interest. This is what will help to maybe help you to understand. We don't center Jewish people either for worship or for hatred. So that means that we're not going to be fleeced to fight their wars because we're not worshiping them. We wouldn't worship them. But nor are we going to condemn them on the basis of their birth. If you care about our victimization and putting an end to it, that's the only healthy position. So thanks for showing up, and thank you for the question. Alice pointing out American Indian DNA linked to Mongolia. Yes, and isn't that fascinating that our American Indians here don't look like the Mongolians? Kind of strange. They're different looking. When they go and they test them, not only do they have that DNA, They also have white Westman DNA. Fascinating. Almost as though their stories about coming to the Americas and conquering the blonde-haired, blue-eyed giants are true. And thank you, Slaughtz, for helping out again for the tagging. Oh, it's the Bering Strait land bridge. Okay. Yes, that was, well, they say the Asiatics came across the Bering Strait land bridge. I've never heard any claim that white people came across that. But the ice shelf, if anything, was more hospitable than the Bering Strait land bridge. So it's, to my mind, it would have been easier to cross the shelf. Food was everywhere. Climate was stable. It was cold. We were living in the cold already. Lived on ice already, in and around ice. Ample food, ample fuel. Look at the Bering Strait. Look at the storms and the environment, the climate in that environment. I thought everybody watched No White Guilt on their OLED. Yeah, that would be awesome. Helios Abbott. Are you too? Sorry, what is the stance on Israel? That we would, if I were in charge of the country, we would reevaluate the relationship, because we would not be worshiping Jews or hating Jews on the basis of their birth. Would there be a benefit to white people instead of this obligation, this master-serf relationship? Would there be a benefit to us? I don't know. I would probably go over and conquer the most oil-rich part of the Middle East for us. Oh, well, and pump it. Now, would it benefit white people to have an Israel who is going to maybe help protect our little oil state? I don't know. I don't know. But it would be reevaluated, and the metric would be, how well does it serve our people's well-being? And then I would expect the Jews in Israel to say, well, how well does that relationship serve our people's well-being? Obviously, right now, it's not serving our well-being. None of our well-being is being served, not even in the resistance to our victimization. With all of the focus on hating Jews, that's not serving our well-being. Look at, all it does is ruin us. Keeps us isolated, keeps us hated. It's wrong. It's just objectively wrong. Yes, there are Jews who are anti-white. Jews are not anti-whiteism. Your life won't get better if the impossible happened and Jews disappeared tomorrow. Your life won't get better. Anti-whiteism would go nowhere. There'd be white people practicing it, Indians that are your bosses now practicing, Chinese Americans who are your bosses now, Chinese Canadians who practice, everyone practicing it already. Your life wouldn't get a zero, not a jot better. It's sort of also, there's a bit of this notion that, well, if Jewish people just suddenly disappeared, white people would come together. Are you a horse's ass? White people aren't going to come together. Look at how hard we have to trick white people into being a people rather than isolated, selfish individualists. We have to get them using concepts so that they find themselves arguing for their well-being by way of our people's well-being, which other peoples do naturally. White people aren't going to come together. You're going to be exploited immediately by an anti-white white guy or Indian or Chinese. Going to get better. Going to get better. That's funny. JK160. One of the Trump speakers came out to Dixie tonight. It was awesome. Really? What speaker came out to the song of Dixie in New York? Aren't they at Madison Square Garden? That's totally epic. Okay, Alice says I answered the question. Thank you. I hope it's like a happy thank you. I could so many times we have, unfortunately, where they like turn away and they're like, no, I don't like him anymore. He cares too much about white people. We hate the Jews. Oh, God. Oh, God. That guy that I went over to this white power meeting, and that guy, all he did was talk about white people. I've literally had those complaints. This is absolutely paid for by Israel, by China, in my opinion, by Russia. Absolutely paid for. Keep the white race divided. Keep the white race focused on all these other groups. Never come together. Because America with a proud white race would be nothing. The whole world could turn against just America. We would win. So a proud white race anywhere in the West, obviously in the interest of all other countries to prevent from happening. To literally have this diseased outcome of people showing up and they're like, well, we care about white people. And that guy talks about white people's well-being too much. I'm going to go watch this little Nicky over here because he really knows how to slander the shit out of Jews. That's when you're doing things for white pride. Are you all of you get into, if there's anybody that needs to get into a kiln, it's you folks. All the anti-Jews. There's anybody, there's your quote, there's your clip. If there's anybody that needs to get into a kiln, it's all the anti-Jews. The whole multiracial anti-Jew movement into the kiln now. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. You white people you're supposed to be pro-white. You haven't talked about hating Jews at all. When you really hear it that way, and you see it clearly, don't you? You really get to see the insanity of it. How is it that anyone can honestly and of their own calculation conclude that the focus on ending our victimization is not pro-white enough? You've got to hate Jews to be pro-white. And once again, you turds are never going to harm them. You're never going to do anything to them. You are never going, it's all wish listing. It's all just you little bitches. You're never going to do anything. But you show up, so many of you, to slander me and to assassinate my character. The great Based White says he read Born Guilty. It was awesome. And he wanted to come on and speak about it. I'm having you on to come on and speak about it. When do you want to come on? Can you come on Sunday? Can you swash through on this coming Sunday? I want to have you on. There's Golden Honeybee. Westman Positivity, No White Guilt, tagging Based White and me. Manuel, who is non-white, says that he wants us white people to name our victimizers. Well, we are, Manuel, anti-whites. They are our victimizers. Anti-whites are the victimizers. of all races. And if you want to say to me, but you are upset because Jewish people are successful in the world, then that just makes you a loser. You see, because their success is a consequence, a percentage of them is a consequence of them having a people. I want one too. I want to emulate what they do. Working together and being wildly successful as a consequence is fantastic. And I want that for me and my people. That's not wrong. That's a great demonstration of the success of having a people. So the fact that you have an anti-white entity that is full of people of different races that are anti-white, but has a Jew at the top of it, is a demonstration that you have an entity full of anti-whites, but some Jewish people or a Jewish person able to climb to the top because of working with other Jewish people for the success of their people and thereby a success of the individual members of their people. That's what I see. What you see is only the Jewish person at the top. You ignore all the other anti-whites, as though if you just swipe him away, then suddenly there aren't any other anti-whites. That is midget-wit thinking. And you need to stop it. That's the bottom line. Anti-white entities, NBC, ABC, CNBC, CNN, they're anti-white. They're staffed entirely by anti-whites. They're financed, their advertisers, anti-white. And when you see an anti-white who is president or CEO who happens to also be Jewish, that's a consequence of their people working together. And it's not even the totality of Jewish people that work together. A percentage of them, and that's all it takes, isn't that amazing, are able to do this really moral and noble thing of working together for individual well-being by way of group well-being. And then they end up being the president and CEO and etc. So it is midget-wit thinking to think that you get rid of the Jewish people and then you get rid of anti-whiteism. The quickest way to get rid of anti-whiteism, do you want it honestly? Do you really want to know what it is? You get rid of white people. That's the quickest way of getting rid of anti-whiteism. That's another clippable. You want to get rid of anti-whiteism? Get rid of white people. Because white people engender anti-whiteism with our selfish individualism. And the second half of that equation is if we aren't around, then Jewish anti-whites or Black anti-whites or Asian anti-whites or Arab anti-whites won't have a population of selfish individuals to exploit, to have sex with, to enrich themselves off of by way of using anti-whiteism and white guilt. So if there's a one people to get rid of, you want to get rid of anti-whiteism with one people, it's white people. It's so lame. It's so lame. I mean, decades. I've been listening to people. I guess we'll save the actual segment of the lesson of the day, and we'll just do the sanctuary word as the lesson today. We'll save the next for next week. But just hearing people show up and, they know that they're midwits. They know that they're talking to somebody who has far more education than they do. They know that they're talking to somebody who's far more intelligent than they are. And they'll still show up and say, you're not doing it right. You've got to name the Jews. You've got to name them. You've got to say their name. You've got to blame them for everything, for the way they were born. You've got to blame them for everything because don't you know how well that's worked for other people who have done it? Don't you see your world improving by blaming more and more Jews? By being more and more hateful toward them on the basis of their birth? I mean, just go in a warm bath. Go get in a warm bath. You know what to do. Go get in a warm bath. You know what to do. It's sickening. And I mean, what more needs to be said? What more needs to be said? Anti-whiteism is the problem. And it comes out of us. We become a people. Definition of a people is individual well-being by way of group well-being. Anti-whiteism can't happen among us. If it can't happen among our population, no one will be able to practice it. Not Jewish people, not Asian people, not white people, not anyone. Geez, I mean, it's really obvious that you're paid by Israel or China or the ADL or whatever anti-white organization. It's really obvious because I explained this so simply for you tards out there that for you to still be saying, name the Jew. I mean, it's obvious that you're getting paid. Or you're really that dumb. Sorry, but not sorry. I mean, God made you that way. So it must be what he wanted me to call you. Okay, Alice saying, yep, agree with me. Awesome, Alice. Thank you. Hyperborean Jim is here. Yeah, Manuel making more comments. People aren't identified by their ideology. I mean, people aren't identified by their ideology. They're identified by their race. No, we identify the world. We are in our story. We identify those who victimize us as our victimizers. I don't give a rat's ass. Nature doesn't give a rat's ass. Who's raping the white little girl? What pair of legs they came from? What matters is that she's being raped, you stupid piece of shit. That's what matters. So we end that. And that's the moral thing to do. Ending the pairs of legs that produce people is the immoral thing to do that will never be achieved. Go huff on a gas can. Shemusky making the great point. If we stop harming ourselves, we will stop being harmed by others. All right, Base White is swashing through this coming Sunday, and he's finished Born Guilty, and he loved it. He said it was awesome. He wants to come on and talk about it. He is on, brother. We're looking forward to it. Max and Rob is here. Good night. Time for bed. Thanks for all your work. Thank you, brother. We're getting out of here, too, in just a moment. Let me tell you, everybody, though, Loki just woke up. He said the thunder from down under has just joined us. Let us not call them sanctuary cities, sanctuary counties, sanctuary states anymore. No one in this community should be doing that. What does sanctuary, what does a bird sanctuary mean? This is your remember how psychological warfare works. This is how the actual psychological warfare works. It is not subliminal. It is not being flashed on screen. They're not injecting you with little nano robots and then they turn on the 5G and then they like get you, they dial you right in. That's not how it works. What is your lived experience with the definitions of things? That is psychological warfare. The beginning and the end of it. What is a bird sanctuary? What is an animal sanctuary? What other terms have you heard the word sanctuary used for in your lived experience? It's like we talked about grooming. What are the lived experiences with sanctuary? It's a safe haven. It's a haven. It's a safe place. It's a protectorate. It's a good thing. It's a moral thing. What is often in sanctuaries? Endangered things, vulnerable things. All of that is engendered. All of those thoughts are evoked in you. All of them are invoked and evoked from you. All of them when they say sanctuary city. And remember, the illusion of control comes from your conscious mind that is weak, that is inept, that is slow as hell compared to the subconscious mind that lives for you in moments, in the briefest of spurts, while the subconscious mind does all your living. So it's the conscious mind, the brief, weak, living in spurts, that can say sanctuary cities are bad. But it's the subconscious mind that lives for you that says they're good. The power, this psychological warfare power, is so profound that it engendered for over a decade the capitulation by the male population in Rotherham and other cities to anti-white terror rape gangs. By calling them grooming gangs, it caused the population to capitulate to it. That's the power of the psychological warfare. You can get angry for a moment in the conscious mind, angry about the grooming gang. And then the next moment, you're back to interpreting them as grooming yourself, grooming the kids, grooming the dog groomer, the groom at the wedding. These are sedition cities. Better yet, anti-white sedition or seditious cities. Seditious if it's a little bit anthropomorphized. So sedition cities. These are anti-white sedition cities or seditious cities. States, counties, sedition. A lot of people don't have a lot of experience with the word sedition. So look it up. See what it means. It's an ugly meaning. But it's not and most importantly, it's not a positive meaning. If we sit down to have a conversation about sedition cities, a city, and we can define this concept, a city that is seditious is a sedition city, a city that is in rebellion, that is outlaw. If we have a sit down in a conversation about a sedition city, an anti-white sedition city, that is a very ugly thing that immediately warrants what sort of things that come to mind? Violent put down. And that violence could be with the military or federal police, maybe going in and arresting for treason all of the governmental figures who came to the conclusion that you could be a seditious city, a city in sedition, right? But maybe it's also things like just cutting off all the funds until it goes bankrupt and the people are voted out. It's maybe a little bit more of a peaceful way to deal with it. But let's make sure we call them by the proper name so that it's in our story where they are the ugly villain victimizers and we are the Herculean, noble, beautiful heroes. That is the Go Free lesson of the day, I think. Let me see finally what you all have to say, and then so many car crashes could have been prevented if only we named the car. If we had, what do you mean, named it something positive? I don't think it works that way, brother. I don't think it works that way. If only we had named it a place that women could not occupy, maybe. Maybe then I will refresh as well. We've had a lot of fun tonight. It's been a glorious night in service to white well-being. Let's make sure we get out our raucous emojis right now. On your feet. Celebration. Wild celebration. How about some pumpkins? It's Halloween. How do you like my decorations? How about some pumpkins, some ghosts, some ghouls, some mummies for two champions who have come in here at the end of the gathering. We have First Last and Corey. Two heroes, First Last and Corey. We're celebrating them both here, ladies and gentlemen. True heroes for white well-being. First Last, financially gifting $100. God bless you, brother. And he says, keep leading. I will. Thank you for that. Thank you so very much for that. I really appreciate it. How do you all like my dragon? Pete is his name. He has come out again. Pete the Dragon. It's a bit disarming, isn't it? $100 from First Last. Keep leading. And the great Corey financially gifting $50 tonight. Quadruple 07s, 96s for these heroes. God bless you both. And Corey says, never stop fighting. So we have keep leading and never stop fighting. God bless the two of you. Thank you so much. Happy Halloween to the both of you showing up on this night. We will, of course, be back on Wednesday. And we have a wonderful guest lined up. It's going to be a lot of fun. Thank you all for celebrating these heroes. And I will swivel around this way to make sure. Definitely back on Wednesday with a great guest. And then Halloween is the subsequent day. So you'll be at least seeing me one more time. I think maybe have some more of my decorations up. I had Aliens Exist laughing his ass off over there on Premium Rumble. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. And he's talking about saying he jumped right in, participating. That's what I love. I love the participation. Sanctuary implies safe place or protection. Absolutely. He says most people don't know what sedition is. So when you say, tell them what sedition, tell them to look it up. And it's immediately legitimized for them. Sedition, very ugly word. And you'll be able to point them to the accurate description of it. Imagine we look here from the United States at the UK and what they allowed under grooming gang. What have we done here in the United States to stop sanctuary cities from breaking the laws? Nothing. Nothing. Do you think the anti-whites, if a mayor of a city decided no gun laws will be applied in this city, it's going to be a sanctuary gun city, do you think the Democrats would call it a sanctuary city? Of course not. So let's stop being dumb. Let's stop being dumb. Let's stop listening to the creeps that show up and they want to condescend because you claim to be pro-white, you claim to care about white people, but you're not hating on Jews. Alien Zix says he likes anti-white sedition cities. Yeah, it's a man with good taste over there. A man with good taste. All right, we're blank. No financial gifts there or on D Live. And no tags either. And it looks like no tags or financial gifts over there on Odyssey. And we didn't miss anybody on Entropy. If I did miss you, though, make sure you speak up somewhere where I can see. First Last is still catching up, but we are wrapping up. Hyperborean Jim says, that is a cool dragon. Thank you, Pete the Dragon. Never underestimate Pete the Dragon. He's disarming, but he's powerful. His name is Disarming. All right. Oops. Come on. Come on, baby. And don't worry about, like, if you use anti-white sedition cities with other people using sanctuary, just say affirmatively that, oh, they're called sedition cities. That's what they want you calling them, because they want you to think it's a safe place. It's actually called a sedition city. You don't have to make an argument about why it's better to call it a sedition city. Just say, that's what everybody calls it. That's what it's actually called. You just throw it down. That's what everybody calls it. And have that, that force of character that the people around you, they're just like, okay. That's what it's called then. If you go in and you try to make an argument, then the tards and vegetables out there will try to disagree with you. Well, I think... No, you don't think, actually. You're not capable of it. I know you're going to make sounds. I know you're going to make a lot of sounds that are going to come out of your mouth, just like it come out of your ass, and they're worth the same. But you don't think. So don't tell me what you think anymore. God. Good Lord, please. Give all the power to Boss Bear Sexy, and we can just run the gamut and take back our destiny. How does that sound? I admire your energy and longevity, says Shamusky. No one else could ever do what you do. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for saying that. Very kind, brother. You a real hero. Real good guy. Class act right there. Class act. All right. A Gloria. Hey, be safe. I know we'll see each other again, potentially, if you show up for Wednesday. But if not, be safe on Halloween. Don't do something dumb. And, oh, you know what? I think on Wednesday, the question of the day will be maybe your favorite Halloween costume. Maybe what you're being this year, if you're being anything, and your favorite Halloween costume, maybe the one, your favorite that you've worn, and maybe the favorite that someone else has worn. Maybe we could pair this with the getting sex from the wife part of the conversation earlier in the evening. So many possibilities. Anyhow, you know what it is. It's all about the Go Free Dialogic, the practice itself, used on ourselves to enable us to access our true physical, mental, and spiritual potential, creating genuine, real-world warriors, men and women of the West, true heroes that are mature enough to do the right thing, mature enough to hear the hard truth, mature enough to take the orders and to march in lockstep with tools that have proven successful empirically for decades, mature enough to claim their place in our story as the hero of our epic. I love you all. Let's go free.